issues are associated with the issues of skill mismatch. One of them is unqualified faculty or lecturers. Yeah. So if the lecturer does not have the skill, knowledge, and attitude needed to impart knowledge, it means that the content of what you take out will not represent what industry wants. The second is the issue of leadership. When universities do not have good management or leadership, then tendencies are that at the end of the period, students would come out being products of a mismanaged university. And then the third is also the issue of resources. When universities do not have the resources to be able to train students to be able to meet the demands of industry.
Do you think a way to solve this might be if our institutions modify their course outlines so they teach what industry is actually requesting or needs?
Well, that would aptly I would have discussed it. That is the issue of curriculum design. Now, curriculum design basically means what we are studying in school. What informs the design of our curriculum? That is a question that African higher educational institutions should be asking themselves, because a holistic curriculum design should involve such stakeholders as industry, because majorly on the face of our continent, a lot of our graduates get out to work in industry. So there is the need for feedback from industry, so that would inform the kind of curriculum that we design, so that if industry says that these are the skills that are lacking in industry, you revise your curriculum to meet the demands of industry. So it is one way that we can use to curb the issue of skill mismatch. And sometimes we recommend that industry should have talks on African campuses, like issues of programs that students have on campuses. You can invite industry practitioners to be able to talk to you about what is required in industry. Sometimes we also encourage the issue of industrial attachments, so that students get to understand what industry needs before they graduate from universities. This in some way would help curb the issue of skill mismatch.
So we would be going for a very short commercial break. Please stay tuned and join us later.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
In case you just joined us, this is AAU Talks on AAU TV. Today we are discussing the challenges of quality education in Africa. Our guest is Mr. Fred Awal. Please don't forget to give comments, like the video, and visit our Twitter page. Our Twitter handle is AAU_67. So with Mr. Awal today, we have discussed the brief history of education in higher education in Africa. We've discussed some of our challenges that we have been facing, and we would like to discuss the rest. Mr. Awal, so what are the other challenges that we face in higher education?
Well, I think one other key challenge which has to do with higher education on the face of our continent is the issue of credit transfers. Credit transfers basically means that if a student, for instance, in Nairobi University, is in level 200, and the parents are transferred to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and he has to move to the University of Addis Ababa. Now, African universities largely do not have a system that transfers what? Credit. So that University of Addis Ababa will be able to determine, and this is a very big our continent, given that a lot of students will want to move from one part of Africa to the other. And much as this looks simple, there's even one other one which is difficult. That is moving from an Anglophone university to what?
A Francophone.
Or from a Lusophone to an Arabophone. And all of that. So the issue of credit transfer is another key challenge that African universities would have to what? Address, because we are talking about a global Africa now, where a Kenyan should be free to move to Ghana. A Ghanaian should be free to move to Nigeria. So if universities across the continent do not have standardized guidelines, okay, pertaining to how credits can be transferred from one university to another in this time and age, it is worrisome. Because indeed, Africans move to Europe to study. And one of the key issues that has to do with studies in Europe is the issue of getting one degree from 2 or 3 universities. I can cite the issue of Erasmus Mundus. You start a program from University A in Spain, continue in University B in Belgium, and then end up in University C in Holland. It means that there is a system that transfers your credit from what? One university to another. But I'm sure a lot of us studied within this African context, and at a given time you even want to move from one university in the same country to another, and there is no system of what? Transferring your credits. And that is one key challenge that Africa faces. Another is the issue of government interference. Universities are expected to be autonomous, devoid of interferences from what? Governments. But it looks to me, in my research, that a lot of African universities have their hands twisted by government. Now, the research of the works of Ibrahim Ouanda is instructive here. In his article, How Political Interference Keep Hurting African Universities, he posited that a number of African universities are not independent, such that the appointment of vice chancellors, student leaders, award of contracts in universities, etc., are influenced by what? Government or politicians. So this goes to say that universities that have a mandate sometimes would compromise on the mandate because of the influence of what? Politicians. Now, The Economist magazine in May 2016 also brought further evidence to this in the case of Forabe College, where students were demonstrating because they did not want government to influence decisions in what? Their school or university. So if African higher education will make strides, it is important for African politicians to understand that politics must be devoid of academia, so that academic institutions or institutions of higher learning would concentrate on their mandate, deliver that to the benefit of all stakeholders, including government and the politicians. Yes, so that is one factor that we want to consider. If you permit me, I also want to look at the issue of academic corruption.
Permitted.
Yes, as one of the key factors that undermine the growth and development of higher education in Africa. Here the works of Okebukola 2016 is very instructive. In his paper, Academic Corruption as an ethical, as issues of ethics, I think so, posited that academic corruption has to do with every form of cheating, okay, that gives an undue advantage to one person in an academic enterprise, meaning that plagiarism is still common with African academics and students, okay? Awarding marks wrongfully to students is still common with what? African universities. Are we together?
Yes.
Outsourcing theses, letting people write theses for you, which traditionally is not supposed to be so, is still an issue of what? African university. Falsification of entry certificates to be able to get into universities. copying whilst in class, and a whole lot. Any of such compromises the standard of quality education on the face of our continent. And I think that to make a lot of gains, there is the need for us to look at all of these issues as problems or challenges that face higher education on the face of our continent.
Okay. If you didn't see the video already, there's on AAU Talks, last time we had Mr. Awal here, we discussed academic corruption. So please go and check that video out on the Association of African University Facebook page. Thank you. Mr. Awal, so after giving us all these challenges, what is the way forward for Africa now?
Well, a holistic way forward should be found, but for now, I think there are some other issues that I'll need to touch on. I think my former constituents may not forgive me if I don't touch on this particular problem that has to do with higher education. That's the issue of student unrests, strikes. Okay.
Yes.
Every higher educational institution has issues that have to do with timetables. Higher educational institutions work according to what? Timetables. Okay, so they have targets to achieve within a semester or a year. So if there are continual demonstrations and strikes, it affects the quality of teaching and education in African higher educational institutions. And these strikes are not only related to students. There are instances in higher educational institutions in Africa where academic staff also go on strike because their needs have not been met. Now, whilst I was still Secretary General of the All African Students Union, one of the key issues that I had to do advocacy on was the issue of what? Students, bridging the gap between students and management of universities. Reality remains that as long as students are seen as aliens in the university environment, that they are seen as children and are not brought together to discuss issues, their option would always remain what? Strikes and then unrest. So for instance, in 2013, there was an instance in Nigeria, Nasarawa State University, where some students were shut down for demonstrating. And the reality is that they were not demonstrating unjustly. They were demonstrating because they wanted electricity and water. So there must be a mechanism where students must be heard. And when they are heard and their genuine demands are catered for, then obviously the issue of what? Academic unrest would be minimal, and higher educational institutions would have a leeway to manage their institutions very well. The issue of technology also is a challenge to Africa's higher education.
Mr. Awal, not to cut you short, but would you say that the unrest is caused by the fact that institutions see, they don't see themselves as providing a service, but rather as giving a commodity out?
You see, the reality is that in Africa's higher educational system, there is this perception or mentality of a parent-child relationship. And that is a traditional concept of the African. Okay, so the lecturer sees the student as a son or daughter. Okay, and in the traditional African setting, sons and daughters only take instructions from what? Parents, hither to times back. And this concept has dragged itself into the higher educational arena, where university management a lot of times will just want to what? Take decisions for students without recourse to the contributions of the students. And indeed, with technology and the issue of modernization, students understand that they have a say in whatever environment they find themselves in, including higher education. So if you get them involved in decision-making processes, students would go out being advocates or ambassadors of the management of the institution in implementing such decisions. However, if you leave them out, they will resist it. And the biggest form of resistance that African students understand is the issue of strikes and demonstrations, because that is what will stop you to listen to them. So I think that strikes and resistances can be brought to a minimal if institutions of higher learning see students as key stakeholders and then involve them in the decision-making processes of higher educational institutions in Africa.
But some institutions would say, I have an SRC, a Student Representative Council, so that is me doing my part. Would you agree with such institutions?
By virtue of the fact of my previous work, I realized that the issue of representation in most higher educational institutions in Africa doesn't go beyond the SRC. Now, being SRC means that you are the mouthpiece of students, but when you are taking decisions pertaining the entire university, there is the need for students to be represented. I should say that some countries have done this very well. Countries like Ghana have done this very well. In almost all actually, but all of the public universities in Ghana, SRC, or the Student Representative Council, is represented on what? The academic council of the universities. Yeah. So they make decisions, they help in the decision-making process. So you realize that the issue of unrest in Ghana is somehow what? Low. Minimal. It is not the same for a number of African universities. In so many African universities, students are not involved in decision-making what? Processes. So the case of Ghana, I should emphatically say that it is not even only at the SRC level. At the national level, the National Union of Ghana Students is represented in key decision-making platforms like the National Youth Authority, the Student Loan Trust Fund, the Ghana Educational Trust Fund, the Ghana AIDS Commission, amongst others. Do you understand?
Yes.
But this is not the case in other jurisdictions within Africa. Students are seen as isolated, and then there is this tendency to think that if you bring them in, they will disrupt the processes. But reality is that if you do not bring them in, the tendency to disrupt is higher, because if they do not understand the decisions that are going to be implemented, the leeway is to disrupt it.
So now onto our solutions.
Okay, how to solve the issues of the challenges that have been iterated. One of the key ways of resolving this is to massively expand higher educational facilities. Massively expanding higher educational facility means that to give access to a number of students, the colonial structures that we inherited must be what? Widened. Many more classrooms must be what? Built in the universities. More lecturers must be hired. More library facilities must be increased. There should be more hostels. In that regard, room would be given to so many students who are qualified but hitherto could not what? Have access to higher education. So this is one way of resolving the issues of the problems of higher education, especially the issue of access. Now, the second is curriculum reforms. Curriculum reforms meaning that there is the need to redesign our curriculum. That is what we are being taught or what we teach in African universities to African situations. So for instance, if you are studying medicine, there is the need to investigate into the neem tree and then see how it can treat what? Malaria.
Yeah.
Are we together?
Yes.
Yeah. There is the need to look at our curriculum again. There are some things that, some issues that we still study in our universities that do not have relevance to what? The current happenings in Africa. So there is the need to review them to conform to what happens to our continent today. There is also further need for improvement in funding. Mostly we say that government should fund. Yes, government has a quota for higher education in most countries, but there is the need for higher educational institutions to also expand their scope of funding. For instance, public-private partnerships. I can give an example. A number of the infrastructural development in one of the African universities, University of Professional Studies, Accra, is a product of public-private partnerships. Hitherto, they did not have hostel facilities. But today, they do, not because government provided the funds, but because the school, together with the SRC, contracted a bank, Access Bank, to get that done so that they can pay within a long period of time. Now, there is also the need to what? establish endowment funds, okay, that can generate excess resources to be able to manage some of the problems of higher education. We also recommend entrepreneurship drive. I was in Crawford University somewhere in 2015 on an AAU ECOWAS fellowship. Right from the scratch, students who are learning entrepreneurship just do not learn it theoretically. Every student who does entrepreneurship has a physical entrepreneurial project. Could be soap making, it could be clothes making. So by the time you get out of university, the issue of unemployment would not exist in your dictionary, because there is a way that you have been taught entrepreneurship to conform to your personal demand before meeting the demands of society. Okay, so these are all feasible ways. And I also talked about the issue of student unrest. If you involve students, it's been proven that if you involve students in decision-making processes, they will not disrupt academic calendars. So right from the highest level to the least, continental bodies such as the All African Students' Unions should be represented in all continental educational drives, like at the AAU level, at the AU level, at Trust Africa level. And I think that continental organizations have done well in that drive by involving the All African Students Union. Even the European Union, UNESCO, have involved the All African Students Union in issues that have to do with higher education on the face of the continent. When students understand the policy drive, then they would work together with stakeholders in order to achieve that. But I just talked about the level of the All African Students Union, but it is not typically so at national students union levels. Governments do not involve their national student unions. In a lot of instances in Africa, governments see national student unions as resistant groups. And if you continually see national student unions as resistant groups, they have the largest constituents on the campuses. And if you see them as resistant groups, they definitely will live by the name that you give them. Because whatever name you prescribe to a student is what he's likely to live with. If you say students are responsible and then give them roles of responsibility, students would adhere. But if you brand them irresponsible, be sure that you get evidence of that from students. Okay, then there is the need to also emphasize on science and mathematics education. Science is what reforms every economy. Okay, but it looks to me in our part of the world, we don't have so many scientific universities. We don't have teachers who teach the sciences in our universities. Not as if we don't have them, but proportionately, I think that they are less. So there is the need to invest in science education, because that is what brings about reforms in a number of
institutions,
economies. So Africa seems to be lagging behind in this, and there is the need for us to refocus our thinking towards science education.
Mr. Awal, how can institutions prevent governments from interfering in their day-to-day activities?
That's a very big question, and it's one of the biggest challenges that higher education in Africa face. Reality is that government is the biggest funder of higher education in Africa. For almost all African countries, the chunk of the money and resources needed to manage higher education comes from government. So sometimes they are tempted to dance to the tune of government when it becomes necessary. So this question on different platforms is come up at COREVEP, Conference of Rectors, Vice Chancellors and Presidents of African Universities. It's come out at different levels, including UNESCO and the European Commission, as to how there would be a fine balance with institutions working with governments without government necessarily interfering. I do think that the solution largely would not come from the universities, but from governments, that is the politicians. Reality is that if politicians understand that education is a mandate that is supposed to bring about development to African economies, they would let African universities be autonomous, as the word autonomy is. They don't influence the appointment of vice chancellors. They don't influence the election of student leaders, award of contracts, and all of that. If that is done, then you have people with key or core competencies that are able to manage the university to deliver the goods that is expected to transform our continent. However, a lot of African politicians are short-sighted. Now, when they come into power, they have an agenda they would have to execute. This is not an academic agenda. It is a political agenda which academia must fit into for them. So a lot of time it is not the issue of the higher education practitioners, but it's an issue of the governments or the politicians. So I think that if there would be a solution, largely it will be from political lenses and not academic lenses.
So are there any more solutions that we would need to know about?
No, basically not so many as I want to speak on, except for the fact that university education is based on 3 cardinal pillars: teaching, research, and community development. Now, if Africa would invest in proper research, not just research, and all of us here who have gone through African universities have done one research or the other. But the reality is, what African solution have these researches helped resolve? So instead of just writing thesis in partial program, it is important that university tailor their researches towards solving the problems of society. I realize that a number of African universities, including the University of Professional Studies, Accra, have begun what we call case study researches, meaning that students, before they exit universities, are entitled to writing a thesis, and they just do not choose any topic. They go into industry, okay, find out the problem of industry, and their research is tailored towards resolving that. So the research comes out and it is solving a specific industrial problem. So one recommendation that I would give is that the mass production theses that are in partial fulfillment of academic certificates or qualifications are outmoded. They just sit in our libraries and then warm the shelves. Why do we not tailor our researches towards solving problems of industry? And number 2, when mass production researches are also done, it is important that there should be a database where all these are showcased so that industry can use that as a bank of resolving their problems wherever the need arises.
Yes, with regards to the database, AAU has the DATAD program that it runs, and that is one of the things that the DATAD program looks at solving. Mr. Wao, do you have any final words for our viewers today?
Well, I think that the challenges of higher education are not limited to Africa. It, however, looks as though in the case of Africa, the pace at which we are resolving the issues of higher education is slow. So there is the need for some agency from all stakeholders, including students, practitioners of higher education, donor partners, academia, higher educational institutions, governments, and also industry, so that we can catch up with what is happening in other jurisdictions in the world towards making higher education more meaningful to solving the problems of African economies.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wao, for coming, and thank you, viewers, for tuning in.
Hello Africa, and you're welcome once again to AgroLink. And AgroLink is a platform for showcasing agricultural activities on the continent, and this is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. For this episode, we are here at Ayumensa, specifically with Rabbit Masters in Accra, Ghana, to show you want to miss this exciting episode. My name is Nana Ismambasam. Stay with us. How long have you been in this industry? Because I'm not sure you started with this many rabbits.
I've been in this business for 8 years.
Oh.
now. But this branch was started a year ago.
A year ago. Okay. So how many branches do you have now?
I have 3 branches.
Where are they located?
Dodowa, the Rabbit City, and Malejo, Rabbit Boutique, and Ayumensa, Rabbit Zone.
But they are all under Rabbit Masters?
Yes, they are all under Rabbit Masters.
Okay, all right. So what are some of the sanitary procedures I have to take into consideration before I enter the main? Yep.
That's great.
And what's the purpose of wearing these?
Okay, for sanitary purpose. Sometimes people are allergic to animals or some certain type of animals. Some will say, when I touch rabbit, my skin itches, or yes, people.
Okay. So this is more for the human, not for the rabbit.
No, for the human. Yes, and the rabbit as well. So that maybe a farmer might come here from another farm, just directly touching, it can transfer any disease from that farm. Yeah.
So can you introduce the other people who will be helping us today?
All right. I have 3 main people here, and the organizer of the Association of Greater Accra Rabbit Farmers Association.
Okay.
He is our boss major. We call it simple boss major. Anywhere you mention his name, yeah, I work under him when it comes to.
So each region has its own association?
We're trying to form it in all the regions.
In all the regions.
But as of now,
we get Accra, and I think Western, I think last 4 months, I was there, and they
also set up their association.
Eastern region set up theirs, I think 2 weeks or a week ago.
Okay. All right.
So we have Ellen. I mean, without her, there cannot be Rabbit Masters, because everywhere, I mean, you'll be seeing her. Yeah, programs everywhere. Yeah, she can.
Help her.
Yeah, she can do everything, anything here. You can take care of animals, you can process, I think, grilling. I think she's in charge of the grill.
Oh.
And have Justice. Yeah, he does the deliveries, because we deliver.
Yeah.
You order, we deliver. He does the delivery. He's in charge of the delivery.
Justice. Okay.
And this is Eugene. He's doing attachment to tree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can see this industry can.
So he gives back to the youth and
the youth and everything. Okay. So he's doing this attachment from.
So how long will he be here? 3 months. Oh, okay. So you're welcome for the AUTV.
Thank you.
So, what is actually the state of rabbit production in Ghana? Because the rabbit industry hasn't been as popular as the other forms of animal production.
This is a good question. We are trying our best to make it. You know, as you just said, the rabbit, the cows and things, they have been around for long, and rabbit does well in Europe and other European countries, and some of the African countries, popular there. But Ghana, I think we didn't take it. People didn't take it as a work.
To encourage the youth to venture into agriculture as a motive or as a mode of promoting food sustainability and also graduate employment. However, this has been going on for a while. There are always interventions that people are coming up with in order to promote food sustainability. What do you think, or how timely do you think this industry is in promoting food sustainability in Africa?
Some governments from the past have tried to promote the agricultural sector for to create jobs for the youth and even to produce food. Our current government, like this, they say planting for food and rearing for animals. They factor in some of these animals which we can use. When we farm, we produce it, we can, at least we can eat our own thing and serve as source of employment to the youth. And this, as you can see, I'm also a youth, and all my employees, they are youth. But this one have created a job for them, and I just...
Okay, so what are some of the rabbit breeds one should have on his farm?
All right. There are different types of farming. We have the commercial, which is the meat farming, commercial farming, as I'm doing. And we have the pet and the fair.
Okay.
So in Europe like this, Ghana is not developing. We are still trying. They tan, they remove the skin and tan it and use it for this winter clothes and other stuff, which we are also trying. Yes, most more. So when you are doing such type of farming, you have to get a certain type of breed. Those large breeds.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the giants. Yeah, Flemish giant. There are some Flemish giants, and those are the type of breeds you have to get. And if you are doing pet, you are going in for pet. Some want to have some nice rabbits around, this thing, or only one cage like this with some few rabbits so that the kids will be playing.
Okay.
You have to get something colorful, some colorful stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, breeds. But to us who are doing commercial we also have some breeds that we use. You can't go and select a breed that the pet people use or the people who use for clothing use.
Yeah.
We do breeds that will convert, since we are into meat. Since we are into meat, we will have to go for a breed that will convert the feed you are giving to meat is fast. So the breeds, some of the common breeds that can convert meat, have convert meat feed into meat fast is New Zealand white, Californian white, Chinchilla standard, or let's say Chinchilla rabbit from Chinchilla family, and cinnamon. Yes.
Can you show us the breeds that you just mentioned?
So here in Ghana, we don't have pure breeds.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have pure breeds because to import one pure breed, like to import one, you can spend 1,200
Ghana cedis.
Yeah, to import one pure breed. Yeah, it's even more than you are getting from South Africa, where you get from some source 1,000 to import only one rabbit. So if you are doing commercial, you are into commercial, you are doing this, and you are going for one rabbit, 1,000 Ghana cedis, 1,200, which is the minimum you run at loss. So we go, maybe we can go for a male rabbit is called a back. We can go for one back, which you can use to change the face of the farm. So here, this rabbit is chinchilla.
Okay. This one?
Yeah, this is chinchilla. But this chinchilla can give birth, and you will have the white one with the pink eye.
Okay.
We call that one New Zealand white. So it means it's not the same. If it's a pure breed, it should give birth to eight kinds.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
So there are so many things that we use to determine the breed, but we use the color. In Ghana, I think we only use the color. This white one, pure white with pink eye. You can hold like this. Yeah. Then I can say this is a New Zealand white, Even the nose. The nose is a feature of a Californian white.
Oh,
Californian white is also white, but the nose, the ear, and the tail can be black. So this one, maybe the grandfather or is a Californian. So we carry some of the genes.
Some of the genes of the Californian white.
Yeah. But everything shows now that it is New Zealand white because the eye
is very pinkish
and this white. But once maybe when you are breeding it, you can one day give birth to Californian white because you have a gene of Californian white, and it.
So the type of kids you get are not certain with the mixed breeds?
No.
Okay, so which ones are popular among people?
The popular rabbits we do are the commercial breeds, which I just mentioned. Yes. The big four.
Okay,
the
so
New
they are all
Zealand
popular.
white. Yeah, the New Zealand white, the Californian white, and chinchilla. And cinnamon.
Okay.
We call it like the New Zealand, which is N. Then the rest are C.
Oh, okay.
Chinchilla,
Californian
and
cinnamon.
They are the best breeds to do when it comes to commercial.
So which one has the best meat?
All these animals here, rabbits here, are good. When you kill one day, which I'll do, I'll kill one for you to see. Okay. You see the bone, we call something meat to bone ratio. Those rabbits that we use for pet farming, the meat to bone ratios are low. It means you have more bone.
Okay, more bone. Okay.
More bone to the meat. If I'm going to buy meat, I'm not going to buy how do you call it, ndompe or
you don't
I'm
want
not
bones.
going. Yeah.
Yes, you want
so
meat.
I want meat to buy. You are giving me bones. Me when I'm going to buy meat in the market, I ask, I don't want bone. Yeah, like goat, cow. I say I don't want goat bone. Yeah. So somebody wants to buy meat. Commercial, we go in commercial. We can only sell at meat because people, whether we like it or not, people will consume it. This weekend, I'll be busy. We will be busy. We won't be able to sit down.
Okay.
People will eat. But if you say you are doing breeding for breeders, somebody wants to start 100 doe units. 100 doe units, maybe if you say 100 doe units, maybe 100 mothers. Let's say 100 mothers. Like this farm is a 100 doe unit farm. 100 mothers and 12 bags.
12 bags, okay.
You want, if the person comes to buy the 100, he wouldn't come again. I can expand this farm from here. I can select some of the females from here and increase my stock. So if you want to take it as business, you don't need to think about breeding. Somewhere people will come because they are good breeds here, so people will come. People will pay even money and they will pay money and I produce for them. But that's not the priority. If I'm selling 1,000 rabbits in a month, 70% will go as meat.
Meat, okay.
Then, let's say
30%.
30% will go for breeders.
For breeders, okay.
So, if you are doing farming, you want to concentrate on only breeding, you wouldn't make anything. You can't pay. You can't pay them. You can't pay your workers, yourself and your workers.
Okay.
So you have to do something that will bring money. At least 90 days.
Sustaining the business.
Yes, that's what we do.
So talking about breeding, how often are the rabbits crossed?
Okay, talking less. Most farmers cross five times in a year.
Okay, five times in a year.
Yeah, they can do. People who are serious, they can do 5 times in a year. They can do 5 times in a year, which means when the rabbit is 4 weeks, you will take it from the mother. You rest for you give them medication or maybe antibiotics or dewormer, something like that. Maybe if you're having some little problem, then you breed again. When you breed like that, you can do 5 times in a year.
So do you crossbreed? Do you breed maybe a chinchilla and a cinnamon?
Yes.
Okay.
You can do it. Since I'm not into color, if I kill this rabbit right now and dress it right now, you wouldn't know whether it is cinnamon, chinchilla, and this. When young farmers come or people who want to come, they say, hey, I like this color, I like this, I like this, I like this. But some of us, we don't fancy. I can kill any rabbit I want to. I can kill any rabbit I want to kill.
Okay, so at what stage or at what age is the rabbit ready for consumption?
Okay, it depends on the breed.
Okay.
The breed and the feeding.
Okay, definitely.
Like those giants, like what's the name? Flemish giant. It can become a giant, but it takes a long time to become a giant.
Estimates?
8 to
10 months.
Yeah, to 1 year to become the giant. So if I have to pay him, I can't wait for 8 months. So you go in for those ones that like
mature faster.
Yeah, like this one, the New Zealand white, Californian white, chinchilla, and
the commercial
breed.
Okay.
I think 90 days. If you feed very well, 90 days you get it. Okay. And now, as association, we are trying to bring it back. Christmas time, I was doing, we were doing 8 weeks to, which is 9 weeks, and thereof 65 days, 70 days. I was getting 70 days. Christmas time, because there was pressure. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a common notion that rabbits are not fussy eaters.
Yes.
They eat almost everything you give them. But I think you will have something or an additive for them to mature faster for consumption. So what are some of the constituents of the rabbit feed? In the wild, they feed on these stuff, the plantain leaf, the cassava leaves, any. If you give any leaves to a rabbit that it naturally doesn't take, it won't eat. Okay, so this is an intensive system.
Yes.
But then the extensive system, they can eat almost everything. But when you bring them inside, you have to monitor.
Not that.
Okay. Then.
They eat. So it's they are eating it.
Yes.
But this wouldn't give you a result. This carbohydrate, let's say, I'm not a food dietitian. Let's say it's having carbohydrates, then it means it's not having protein. Maybe this one is having fat. So when the rabbit in the bush, in the wild, when they move around, maybe when they are eating only plantain leaves, which is giving, let's say, fat, only fat, they only get fat. They won't get protein and other stuff.
Carbohydrates.
So the rabbit in the wild, you see them, they can be 2 years, they can be 4 years, but they will still be small.
Okay.
They will still be small. But when you say we are doing a commercial business, we have to
intensive.
Yeah, intensive. We have to take care of them. So we give them formulated feed. I never try grass in any of my farm. Grains in any of my farm. I will not try it.
So this is a wholesome feed. What are some of the constituents?
We have fat, fat in it, protein, carbohydrates, and what again? All the nutrients.
Okay. So is it approved by a veterinary officer or it is just out there?
We won't say it has been
approved.
Rabbit in itself or pork, the pigs and all those things. We import things that they use for the poultry people use. So this is a poultry feed.
Oh, this is a poultry feed.
Yes.
Okay.
So it has been approved.
Okay, so rabbits and poultry have similar feeds.
Oh yes.
Okay.
You can, because we don't have any special feed for rabbit.
Okay.
And the poultry, which is popular, have been in the existence for so many years before we are starting this. We have to start using their feed before. But as time goes on, maybe you are not getting the result you have to get when you go and buy the feed.
The feed.
Maybe because the person who is doing this feed is also in for profit. So it will reduce the nutrients and maybe add more wheat brown to it, which is just a fiber. and you wouldn't get, you bring it to your family, you wouldn't be getting the results. So some of us who are doing it big time, we go and formulate our own.
Your own. So you formulate your own?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And is it more cost effective?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. And how often are they fed, the rabbits?
Once in 24 hours is okay. But some people feed their rabbit twice. Some even feed 3 times a day. But if I want to feed, I have to be feeding these rabbits 2 times, twice in a day. I have to make loss. They need some nutrients to make it. When they just get it, the rest of the food that they eat, they waste it. Maybe 1 melting. You give 1 melting, which is a good formulated feed. 1 melting, which is a 160 gram. 160 gram. Maybe a researcher proved that 160 gram, when you give it to 1 rabbit, like this one, there are 4. This is a colony cage. There are 4 in it. So you give 4 of that one to them. When they eat it, they are okay. When they finish eating it, they are okay in 24 hours. If you give them 2, they will finish eating it, but only 1 that will work. So why waste your time to? But nice people, they want to be nice to the animals, so they.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've been to some rabbit farms where the cages are constructed with wood. I realize that yours is with metal. Is it more? Is it a better source or a better alternative comparing it to the wooden structure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How
there are advantages that makes us to go into it, because we all started when I started 2012. Rabbit. I wasn't having money.
Okay.
I wasn't having money, so I also started with the wood. But the wood only last.
Okay.
As you can see, I've been using this over a year.
Over a year.
In one of my farms, I've used 8 years, but it's still like that. Even though it might be expensive, but the wood, you use it 2 years, it is spoiled. You have to go and construct another one, which is, if you want to do, what's the name? A long-term farming, you go in for the better this thing. I like to go in for a good stuff, which will take long. Yeah. I wouldn't go for something that in a month time. I'm a business, I did business, so in a month time,
you have to
replace it. No, that makes me to go and I have the mind to do European type of farming in Ghana.
And what is that? What is the European type of farming?
The indoor, and this system automated. Yeah, the automated. You just pour water. So this lady, if she's here alone, Ellen is here alone, she can take 30 minutes to take care of this farm. 30 minutes to feed.
And give them water.
But if it's a wooden cage, this is a large farm. It's large. You won't see it anywhere. But because of the caging system, you see it like you won't see it anywhere. If it's a wooden cage we want to use for this quantity of animals, it will take the whole place, the whole of this place. But there's no special region apart from that.
Yeah,
apart from
cost
that.
effectiveness.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to. It's rabbit I want to do.
Okay.
And I'm doing rabbit. I don't intend to stop doing rabbit now. So if this one can take me 40 years, 40 years, then let me go in for it. 40 years time, maybe I can change it or something.
When you think of a university, you think of a place where you will go to cut out your future. And when you get there, you realize there's a lot more to it. The beautiful structures, facilities and ambience. A place where you meet great minds, learn from each other, experience different cultures as well as master the art of fundamental problem solving. Be part of a whole different study experience with Kampala International University, KIU, exploring the heights.
You're welcome from the break. If you just tuned in, this is AgroLink on AAU TV, and AgroLink is a platform for showcasing and highlighting agricultural activities on the continent. We are still here with Rabbit Masters, where we are discussing the rabbit industry and its role in promoting food sustainability in Africa. You're welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So what should one take into consideration when considering constructing cages for rabbits?
At this time, rabbits are snoring animals.
Okay.
When you go to South Africa right now, you see them, the snow is falling, they will be jumping in the snow. That's why even the names, New Zealand, California,
cinnamon,
Jesse Woolly, from Spain, France, and all the names are named, they are named after those countries. They didn't say Ghana or something. It's only me that have the vision that I've been telling farmers that one day they will name a rabbit after me before I die.
Rabbit master.
No, yeah. So that they will have a breed called, I've tried it, but one day I'll start again.
Okay, a breed called?
Rabbit, Harrison. My name is Harrison.
Okay.
Harrison Fred, that's my this thing. One day.
One day.
Should have a name. Yeah, but so far, we don't have anything. So it means, just as a name, it does well in those countries where the weather, the climate is very cool. So even in Ghana, the parts of Ghana that the weather is cold, like the eastern part, the forest zones, rabbit does well there than here in Accra. Yes, we are managing.
Okay, so with the cage dimensions, what are some of the dimensions you must take into consideration when you're constructing a cage for rabbits?
A standard cage is 2 by 3 for a doe, because when they are pregnant and they are about to litter, they litter 28 to 34 days.
Oh, okay.
And when they are about to litter, you have to put a box in.
For the litter?
Yeah, a nest box. For them to deliver into, because in the wild, when they want to litter, they want to give birth, they go and make a place comfortable and give birth. So we are adapting what they do
to
there.
Nature.
Because we can't cheat nature.
Yes, you can't.
Like the length, the width. It says our 2, about let's say 2. This is 2 feet. So that's the width. So the length has to be 3, like this. Because because the same cage, there'll be a water trough in it. There'll be a feeding trough. The earth. So they all take place. This my cage is not up to that, but it's a standard cage because there's no water bowl which is occupying place.
Exactly.
This one, you see, this animal is just lying there under the feeding trough.
Yeah.
But if you have to put the typical
feeding
there, so because of my caging system, they are not up to, but they are.
You have to find innovative ways of.
Yeah, so we are.
And I see a numbering system which are not, which are in order actually.
Yes.
What is the use of this, or what influences the numbering?
It helps to take stock.
Stock of the rabbits.
Yes. It helps to take stock and record keeping. It helps in record keeping. If you don't label, so let's say this 28 to 40 to 34 days to deliver. If I cross a rabbit in average layman's language, today's date is 4th. 4th, right?
Yes.
Not 14th.
Today is 3rd.
Today is 3rd.
Yes.
So I'll just write the date. 3rd.
Oh, so the rabbit was crossed on the 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay.
With which meal? Because if someone is coming to buy a rabbit here, we don't need to give the same brother and sister from this.
Okay.
That's what the problem most people have in their farm. Inbreeding, we call it inbreeding. Okay. So we label the cage. This is B5.
Yeah.
B means back. We've named all the distance. This one help to take
stock off.
And record. And if I'm not here right now, I know as I've been coming to this farm every time, if these rabbits have been taken to somewhere, I've been coming here all the time, so I can know.
Yeah.
What is this? Even their livestock, so they can die. So if it die, we have a casualty book So they entered in the 45 is dead. If I'm not here, because I don't come here all the time.
How often does a veterinary officer visit?
A vet visiting this farm.
Okay.
I'm more than a vet. We call this one on-the-job training.
On-the-job training, okay.
When you go to the poultry farmers, they don't have vets unless there is a problem.
Yeah, a pandemic, okay.
Yeah. Unless there's a problem, but they know how to do their normal routine. That if the rabbit is not eating well, I can give vitamins to give it appetite to eat. I know. Every farmer will know. So we don't, and rabbits are not animals that also can be
they are not
sick.
fussy.
Yeah, and sick. They are not fragile, just like that. Sick like.
So no immunization or sterilization?
We have, as I was saying, I don't do medication for my farm.
Okay.
Why? I don't give that grass, the greens.
So you give them healthy feed?
Yes.
Which
If
makes
I'm
them
giving
healthy.
if I'm giving them this one, you see there will be some fungus and bacteria on it. It can infect them. So you need to, if you are doing that, you need to give them, what's the name? Dewormer. You need to be deworming them. But I don't have a reason to deworm my rabbit, so it also cut down cost. And we make sure that the farms are neat. I will say it again. Right? You can stand here and eat. Yeah. The place is clean. If you keep your farm very clean, you don't need to, they won't be sick for you to go and get a medication. Or maybe vitamins, that anyone to.
Exactly.
Yeah,
because of the way they are being used.
Yes.
To boost their immune system. Yes, I think.
But to be sick, we don't have that. I'll go and bring a vet and just, even if they are sick, I will know what to do. Every farmer will know what to do this until the problem is unsolvable. We can't this thing. Then maybe you can bring this thing.
So how many kids does one do have? A chinchilla, does it depend on the number of, does that have to do with the number of kids?
The commercial breeds give birth well, and I can say boldly, average birth of 5. So you will get it.
Average 5?
Average 5. Because some will give birth to 10, some 12, some 6, some 1. And when you get at 5, you will get. Since rabbits are snowy animals, they love cold weather like this. So when the weather is dry season, your rabbit can be there. You say people will be complaining. Have cross rabbit is not pregnant. If my rabbit is not coming on heat, it's not coming on heat for me to cross. They don't like it. That makes me to do shit and do this thing that they don't be too much. Like by now, I can do breeding right now. We cross rabbit in the morning and evening. The reason being that when you cross it in the hot afternoon, it won't work.
So what's the best time to cross them?
Morning and evening. But for me, as I'm doing this type of this thing, the weather is cold here, so I can cross. That makes me to even to do this indoor type, not to expose it and just. So every time we can be working. Every time we can be working. They don't do well in the heat.
In the heat.
So rainy season, you see that they can give birth to 10. They will be giving birth. They'll be giving, but dry season, like the heat time like this, they can have 5, 2, 6, and it's about 10 in the rainy season.
10?
Yeah,
10 kids?
Yeah, they can do that in the rainy season. Remove this one, like that. So this layer mash, I like using layer mash.
So what is this?
This is a rice brown, because wheat brown is short in Ghana. And they have been people have been saying it, that wheat brown is short. Every day they have been saying it, but I don't, like, because I go and prepare my feed that can take me 2 to 3 months. So I don't really. Research have proven that a good feed, 160 grams, should be okay for
a rabbit?
A rabbit in 24 hours.
Okay.
Which is 1 melting. A good formulated 1 melting. But I've seen me myself, I'm trying to be Mr. Nice. So I've seen that, why
1
melt small like that? No, it's not good. So they are here. They can't talk. if the food is not enough, so let's say so.
Yes.
I said, no, let me do 210. This is 210 to increase it. But a melting will be, this one is bigger than this.
So you give them 2?
1.
1. Oh, okay.
I give this 210. 210
oh,
grams.
210. Oh, okay.
Grams.
Instead of the 160.
Yeah. So they give, okay, she'll feed this typical one, so you see. So ladies too can do farming.
Yes.
Some of the great giants or people who I feel they can do farming well is ladies. I like to work with ladies. Yeah.
Why is she putting some down there instead of in the container?
Maybe they have food. They haven't finished this, but she's just trying to show you. So you don't need to be changing the formula all the time. This formula that I've changed right now, it will take time, some time for them to adapt to it. Because I do wheat brown. I do only wheat brown. That's what I do wheat brown with this. But now we are giving the rice brown, but you take them back. There's nothing we can do. I don't produce wheat browns and it's short. And this is, so those are some of the challenges
that you face.
We face. Yes, as you're talking about.
Yes. So apart from the wheat brown, the shortage of the wheat brown, and then the price or the cost of the constituents of their feed, what are some of the other finances? That is very big.
Oh, yes.
So finances in terms of
inside this thing that you are seeing here, this cage would have cost you with everything. Would have cost you 5,000, with 2,500, with the feeders system and this thing would have cost you. You don't have money.
You go maybe with a wooden structure, which might be more costly because you have to keep changing.
Yes. So people who do the small farming rather end up spending much on.
Yes.
Yeah, because if I'm going to buy, I was busy. I didn't even know how much you got it because I don't want to think about it. You would have sell it. You would have sell it. This one. You would have sell it about 25 to 30 series.
For one.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of.
Yes, they would have sold 30 cedis. But when you go to the source, you want to buy, you get it out 20 cedis. So why don't you go to the source? But you see this. So when I'm going to, if like I'm going to prepare in bulk, and take much money, I can get it cheaper. Cheap. Okay. Yeah, so money comes. I'm talking for general farmers. Money is there. If you have money,
you'll be able to expand the farm.
You'll be able to expand
and adopt innovative practices to ensure that you get more rabbits out of one door.
Yes.
Okay.
You can get people to be doing the work. Sometimes it's stressful. At this time, I'm full-time rabbit farmer. I do only rabbit.
Only rabbits farming.
Yeah, full-time.
But you're able to sustain yourself, meaning this industry is very productive.
Oh man, it's very sweet.
Yes.
I mean,
it should be.
It is a gold field if you do it very well.
So in conclusion, what advice do you have for someone who is now thinking of going into rabbit business? What should the person expect venturing into this business?
I think they should acquire the necessary knowledge before they go into it. It's good, and the knowledge is out there. If you want to do rabbit, you can
learn from them.
And
internship, just like what you do here.
Right. He is here to learn, and you learn and go back to school and then so that's the only advice.
Thank you very much for your time, and I hope next time we call on you'll receive us as warmly as you did today. This brings us to the end of yet another episode of AgroLink. And AgroLink, as you're aware, is a platform for showcasing and promoting agricultural activities on the continent. You can keep watching our programs on the Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, as well as on our dedicated TV website at cv.aau.org. My name is Nana Ismambasang. Stay tuned on AAU TV for more educative content.
Hey, so this is Dishant from Unica University Common Application. I recommend you to watch AAU Television.
AAU TV is the place to be for every person in higher education in Africa. Better be there or be nowhere.
Continuez de regarder la télé et surtout sur le AAU.
Keep watching it and it will change the way you interact with higher education on the continent. AAU, great job.
I want to tell you that AAU television is fantastic, it's educative, it's informative, and it is a must for anybody who is interested in higher education in Africa.
When I was in Accra last year, I did an interview on this TV
of all we need for the development of higher education in Africa.
People should make an effort to view it because it discusses very current issues of development across the continent.
I believe that the station will continue to promote the overall development of Africa, particularly in the tertiary education sector.
AAU TV provides a platform and shares a lot of information to a broader audience. So we wish you all the best and please continue serving
AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa.
Hello Africa, this is Event Update on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update brings you information about upcoming higher education events happening in Africa. And it is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. I am Isabella Tetahinapa.
Je suis Alexandra Mpaba Johnson.
Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or Ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, and the African Academy of Sciences is calling for applications for the Research Excellence Consultants for the Science Granting Council Initiative, SGCI Phase 2. The SGCI2 Research Management Project aims to fortify the capability of science granting councils in explicit areas of research management, namely research excellence, research ethics, emerging scientific practices, good financial grant practice, GFGP, benchmarking exercise and development of online grant management systems. Interested applicants must have at least 5 years relevant professional, including extensive knowledge of research excellence assessments, proven research excellence assessment skills, and theoretical and practical knowledge of the use of RQ Plus, and fluency in English and excellent drafting and communication skills. Ability to communicate in French or Portuguese will be highly desirable. Ability to work independently and as part of a team, among others. Qualified consultants should submit a detailed application outlining their qualifications and suitability for this task, including proposed solution, budget, and detailed work plan and timeline for this task via the link on your screen before 30th October 2020. For more information, kindly email rdixon@aau.org and a copy to tapani@aau.org.
L'Université africaine et l'Académie africaine des sciences lancent un appel à candidature pour le poste de consultant en extension en ligne. Les candidats intéressés doivent avoir au moins 5 ans d'expérience professionnelle pertinente, y compris une connaissance approfondie des évaluations de l'excellence en recherche, des compétences avérées en matière d'évaluation de l'excellence en recherche et connaissances théorique et pratique de l'utilisation du RQ+, et d'autres outils comparables. Les compétences multidisciplinaires et capacités de communiquer efficacement, la maîtrise de l'anglais avec d'excellentes compétences en rédaction et en communication, la capacité de communiquer en français ou en portugais serait un atout. Avoir la capacité à travailler de manière autonome et en équipe entre autres. Et les consultants qualifiés doivent soumettre une candidature détaillée décrivant leurs qualifications et aptitudes pour cette tâche, y compris la solution proposée, les budgets et le plan de travail détaillé et le calendrier pour l'achèvement de cette tâche en ligne via le lien qui s'affiche sur votre écran avant le 30 octobre 2020. Pour plus d'informations, veuillez envoyer un courriel à rdixen@aau.org et copier techmani@aau.org ou envoyer un courriel à a.neba@aascience.africa.
The Science Granting Council's initiative, SGCI Phase 2, is calling for proposal from consultants aimed at deepening knowledge and implementation of research ethics in the African context. Interested consultants should fulfill the following requirements: deep knowledge of the research ethics landscape on the African continent, broad understanding of the regulatory frameworks of science granting councils in sub-Saharan Africa, including existing standard and best practice guidelines for the conduct of science, technology and innovation, excellent project management skills in international work environments, excellent skills in conducting high-level stakeholder meetings, as well as demonstrated skills in conducting research ethics studies in sub-Saharan Africa. Qualified applicants should submit their proposal, including a cover letter introducing the submission, an overview of the consultant, including similar past experience, names, bios and detailed CVs of the consultants, overview of the consultant's proposed project plan, deliverables, timelines, milestones and outcomes, among others, as PDF documents, strictly via email to rdixon@aau.org with RFP for consultancy services for deepening knowledge and implementation of research ethics in the African context as a subject before 15th October 2020. Kindly encrypt your proposal with a password and share the password upon submission of the proposal. Please call +254 208 060 674 or +233 264 183296 or email rdixon@aau.org or l.mutengu@aasciences.africa for more details.
La phase 2 de Science Granting Council Initiative, SGCI, lance un appel à proposition de consultants visant à approfondir leurs connaissances et à mettre en œuvre l'éthique de la recherche dans le contexte africain. Les consultants intéressés doivent avoir une connaissance approfondie du paysage de l'éthique de la recherche sur le continent africain, une compréhension générale, y compris les normes existantes et les lignes directrices des meilleures pratiques pour la conduite de la science, de la technologie et de l'innovation. D'excellentes compétences en gestion de projets dans un environnement de travail international et dans la conduite des réunions de haut niveau avec des parties prenantes, ainsi qu'avoir des compétences affiliées doit soumettre sa proposition, y compris une lettre de présentation de la soumission, un aperçu du consultant, y compris une expérience antérieure similaire, le nom, la bibliographie et un CV détaillé. Un aperçu de plan de projet proposé par le consultant, des livrables, des échéanciers, des jalons et des résultats, entre autres sous forme de documents PDF strictement par courriel à rdixen@aau.org avec la demande de proposition pour des services de conseil pour l'approfondissement des connaissances et la mise en œuvre de l'éthique de la recherche dans le contexte africain avant le 15 octobre 2020. Veuillez crypter votre proposition avec un mot de passe et partagez le mot de passe lors de la soumission de la proposition. Veuillez appeler le plus 254 20 80 60 67 4 ou plus 233 264 18 32 96 ou envoyer un courriel à rdixen@aau.org ou l.mutengu@aascience.africa pour plus de détails.
A call for expressions of interest is opened by the Association of African Universities to express interest in undertaking the assignment of supporting the development of research management frameworks, manuals and procedures for the SGCs. Consultants should have an understanding of current international and Pan-African challenges in research management and knowledge of the current research landscape in Africa. Have a broad understanding of national funding systems and understanding of research management and media interest by completing the online form via the link on your screen before 15th October 2020. And for more information, please email rdixon@aau.org with a copy to tepani@aau.org and a.mukwana@aasciences.africa.
L'Association des universités africaines lance un appel à manifestation d'intérêt pour exprimer l'intérêt à entreprendre la mission de soutien au développement des cadres de manuels et de procédures de gestion de la recherche pour les SGC. Le consultant doit avoir une compréhension des défis internationaux et panafricains actuels dans la gestion de la recherche et une connaissance du paysage actuel de la recherche en Afrique, avoir une large compréhension des systèmes de financement nationaux et une compréhension de la gestion de la recherche en tant que fonction à la fois stratégique et administrative. Les personnes qualifiées doivent soumettre avant le 15 octobre 2020. Pour plus d'informations, veuillez envoyer un courriel à rdixon@aau.org avec une copie à tepani@aau.org et à a.mukwana@ascience.africa.
And that is all for today's update. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Please follow us on our social media platforms at Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram. You can also visit our dedicated website at tv.aau.org for more of events updates. I am Isabella Tatahinakwa.
Je m'appelle Alexandra Mpaba-Jensen.
You have us for most of the day. We will have it in 3 different sessions. They sort of feed into each other. So we'll try So when we talk about innovative assessments, what really do we want to do? And as we've been saying throughout PEDAL, for every session that you start, you need to have an objective. When you're going to teach anything in class, you need to have some objective. What do you want to do? And then at the end of we would just want to look at the concept of assessment for learning, because the innovative assessment we're dealing with is more on assessment for learning than assessment of learning. So we'll have to look at those two, try to see how we differentiate them, and then let's introduce some concepts. So some of this will go into 2 and 3, the things we are doing. That will help you to adopt more innovative ways in doing assessments, and also introduce different assessment types and tools. We will be using some of them, and by the 3rd session, we will actually help you to sign on to some of these tools and then maybe set your own assessments with those. So at the end, we hope that you'll be able to distinguish between the different doing different things, modify how you have been conducting assessments, because we're going to see assessments in different ways. and see where we fit and how we are going to look at it. And then how do we align our assessment strategies to our learning outcomes? You've done learning design, constructive alignment, so this fits in with that. And how do we incorporate self and peer assessment techniques as part of our formative assessment? So the very first thing that you're going to do now is to answer a short question, but you have to do it online. So you have to go and look at this. Don't overthink it. Just what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of the words assessment? Now write words, separate by a comma, not a phrase. And please use this link to answer the question. So you can use your phone or you can use your laptop. Please put it in your browser site, the URL please, not in Google. If you put it in Google, it won't work. So just put it in your URL. And we have about 2 minutes to do this. So just quickly write what comes to your mind. Don't overthink. Testing and failing and passing and things like that. So it shows us why we conduct. We are thinking, why do we conduct assessments? And we want to have some answers from her. Why do we conduct assessment? When I ask the question about what do you think about when you think of assessments, a lot of it is on examination. Most of the answers coming are on examination. So, based on what we are thinking about, examinations or whatever, why do we conduct exams? Yes, sir.
For placement purposes.
Placement, to put people where you think they should be. Yes, sir.
To evaluate.
To evaluate. Okay, evaluate people. Yes.
To improve on quality.
To improve on quality.
To promote.
To promote. So, placement and promotion. Kind of same thing.
To determine whether the competencies have been achieved.
To determine whether competency has been achieved. Yes. Any from this table. Feedback. Somebody said feedback.
Yes.
Yeah. Feedback. From who to who? So who is looking for the feedback or who is giving the feedback? The lecturer is looking for a feedback from a learner. So that means you are trying to find out what they know or whether what you taught them. Okay, good. Yes, take it from this side. Feedback.
Yeah, I'm making more because the teacher also needs feedback to know how
you as a teacher you're also doing.
But also the parents need feedback for accountability on what they are paying for.
Okay.
The children are performing.
The performance. Okay. So it looks like our assessments are all about, mainly about something at the end of what we've done. That's what we are looking at. Most of what we are thinking of. And it shows in the first answers that we got. But we want to reorient our minds from saying that assessments are only for doing something at the end, but also assessments should be used to help the students learn. And so the issue about the feedback comes in. When you say the feedback, who is getting the feedback? Both the lecturer and the students. And based on the feedback, you can make adjustments on what you are teaching, or the students can make adjustments on what they are learning. So we are looking at using assessments for feedback. But basically, we're saying that a lot of times all that we have said basically can be summarized that we need to measure specific elements of learning. So whether it's for promotion, for placement, for feedback, all of that. You see, so I'm using it to make, we are using assessments to make a decision on whether they pass or they fail. Again, it's some kind of feedback, but it's not the feedback that will help a student to learn and to move on in what they are doing, because this kind of standardized test to make a fail or pass decision is more of something that you're using for placement, or at the end of it you are assessing their learning. Okay, so that is assessment for learning. But then measuring other specific elements of learning can also help you learning. It will help you know where they are and what adjustments need to be made, or how you need to adjust your teaching. And that's what we want to emphasize for this whole session on innovative assessment. Our emphasis is on assessment for learning, because assessment of learning, we are good at it. We do it. The summative, we do it all the time. So we are using assessment to evaluate, measure, or record some things, and these are what I have said. But if we want to measure or record learner needs, we have to focus more on assessment for learning, because you want to measure and figure out what their needs are. So the first assessment, when we go into class, the first thing that sometimes we do, and that's some of what I was trying to do with asking you that the question I asked, it is a form of assessment. I want to find out what you know. Where are you at? What is your thinking? Then we can reorient ourselves that way, and that is a form of assessment. Trying to figure out what your needs are, trying to figure out where you are at, and how do I move my instruction in a certain way. You know that, okay, they already know this, they don't know this. Do I need to emphasize that? No, they already know it. Let's move on to something else they don't know. So the first form of assessment is figure out what are the needs and what do people want. Okay. We will, knowing what is happening to our thing, we will skip this, but we'll come back to it because we are having problems with our internet. But we will want to know what general form. Actually, we don't have to, we can discuss. Yeah. So each table will just have one word, one from each table. One person tell us the general form of assessment that you use. When you talk about assessment, what do you normally do? Assessment format, type format. Or type. Whichever. What do you normally do? One table, yes. Continuous assessment. Generally use. That's, I mean, the main thing that you do. The main assessment that you do. It wouldn't be continuous assessment.
Yeah, so much.
Is it different? Yes. What would be the type? What would be the format?
For me, the format is
the format.
Yes. When you set the question,
yeah,
you can say multiple choice.
Yes, that's what I
may be the format.
That's what I was looking for. That's what that you generally use.
When you have
open essays. Essays. Yeah, because some people say essays.
It will depend.
Yes.
If you have the large class.
So you generally use what?
Objectives.
You use multiple choice.
If you have the large.
No, you. You. You say that the question was you. For you. Specifically, what do you normally do? Essays. Or when you say essay, that's an essay. Or when you say open and then some are short and then fill in the blank. Some are essays. Some. Yes, sir. This group, you said what? Somebody said multiple choice.
Yes.
Multiple choice.
Yes, in a large class.
Large class. Multiple choice.
To test it.
Okay. This. What? But it's essays, quizzes in class.
I just use a short exercise verbally done between the students.
Okay.
I just ask a short exercise. I ask
oral.
Yeah.
You do oral
exercises.
Okay.
The students participate.
Okay. So that is one of the format that you generally use. Okay. And what form of assessment are you doing? What type of assessment are you doing when you use the oral?
I can put it the formative.
Okay. So for your formative, you use your oral. Right. Okay. That's fine. That's good. Yes, please. On this table, we have any. Okay. I'll just move on to show you something that we had. This is a question that was asked when we did a training in Accra about 2 months ago. And this was what people said. Now, this generally tells us that most people do written. And when we talk about assessment, most people are thinking about the examination. And usually the end of semester examination. That's what we generally think of when we talk about assessment. And that came in from your answers. Later, I'll show you your answers from the first question. Generally, most people are thinking of this and that. So you see somebody even says sitting. So written, most people do written. And so it also feeds into other things that we talk about. Later on we'll ask the question where it fits into when we think of the challenges we face in assessment. Because most of us are stuck on doing written, we always think about our student numbers. There are too many, grading, etc. And so it sort of distracts from us looking at how we can be very innovative in using assessment for learning, which is actually the formative kind of assessment. That's what we are trying to emphasize on. How do we help students to improve on their learning through the assessments that we give? And you would see that just one person or a few people said assignment. But whatever it is, even when we give assignments, we are thinking of written. Everybody is, most people, that's why it's the biggest. And then exams, you see. So examination, those are the main things that we think about when we talk about assessment. However, what I did the first time, that one was an assessment. Trying to figure out what your needs are, where you are at, and where do we go from there. That is also an assessment. It is not an examination, but it's an assessment. So this is just by way of introduction. Can you all please write down in the past academic year, what was the largest number of scripts you had to grade? Just write it down. Yeah, just write down, because I don't know whether it's working now.
It's working, but how do you go to the next page?
Pardon?
It's working, but how
it's working now.
The next page.
Let me. Yes. So just write it down in pen. We'll talk about this. So this one, just write it down. We will not do it online. But it fits into how we decide to, the kind of exams we set and how it influences us. So just forget about the browser thing, just write it out. I think it would be very easy to just go around, but you can see. What number? The highest? 200. 200?
350.
350?
700.
700. Please, can you note it down for us? 400. 450. 40. Oh, 240. 120. 180. 135.
187.
187. 250.
420.
420.
600.
Aye, 600. 40. 45. 1,800. Undergrad. First year. 600. 102. 350. 200. 400. 42. 480. Wow. 60. 150. 150. Sir. 75. Yeah, not bad. It is. 900. 200. 80. So we have to clap for her. 1,000. Shall we clap for her? Wow. How did you do that? How did you get them? 1,800. But it was multiple choice. No. Essays. How many essays?
If it is an examination, they have and the first
is compulsory.
Is compulsory with the ABCD.
But you said it.
Is it feeling?
To have an ABCD.
Why are you surprised?
Pardon?
Why are you surprised? Your one is always more than the 1,000.
Pardon?
Your one.
Year 1 is always more than 1,000. Yeah, that's why I asked her whether it was year 1 and she said year 2. Yes.
They proceed to year 2.
Yeah.
Is there an elective course?
No, a core course. Compulsory course.
Curriculum statement
for everybody. So, okay. So based on that, basically you are looking at assessment of learning. And my mind just is going to, you said the compulsory thing, you have to set A, B, C, D. And I'm wondering, do we really have to do that? Is that the best way of assessing their learning? For year 2, year 1, year 2, multiple choice could help and set very better. So again, we know we are going to come back to looking at what is the objective for running an assessment. We are going to come back to it and wonder whether some of these. So basically, this is also another of what people say. And this comes with it. Class, large sizes, student numbers. So we're looking at this, and this was actually in Ibadan. And if I asked you, you give me about the same kind of things. Looking at the numbers we are dealing with. Basically, time to mark, large class size. Those are our biggest challenges. It's the same thing all over the world. Whether you are marking 40 or you are marking 1,000 plus, most of us have that challenge in terms of grading, etc. So it influences the way in which we think of assessments and how it should be done. Because this, having large classes, even if you are thinking of formative, your class size is large, how can I do it? And because most of us are thinking of assessment in terms of something written and that I have to grade, it influences what I do. And I think, no, I cannot do assessment in class. When you talk about formative assessment, we say, no, that cannot be. I have 1,000 students, I have 500 students. How can I every day be assessing them? But we are saying that we can use various means, including, where possible, using the technology, etc., to be able to assess where you can actually get the results instantly without you having to do the work of trying to sort grade. So that is where we talk about innovative. How can we do it so that we are able to get something from our students, help them along as they are learning, and then also not be so enamored with a lot of work, all the work being on us. But we are also getting the students to own their learning through some of the assessments that we do. So the quizzes, like she said, having an oral, it's a way of, you don't have to grade, but you are getting a response, you can give a feedback as fast as you can. So these are same. So you look at it, this is Entebbe last year, same, marking students. So we are all the same. So basically, we are looking at these three forms of assessment: diagnostic, formative, and summative. But we are leaving out our summative because we do it. We know it very well. So we are not too much interested in the summative, which is the end of semester exam, the interim assessment that we do, mid-semester exam that we do. We are not focusing on that. Our focus is on the formative. Diagnostic, predictive sometimes feeds into, can also be looked at as the formative. And the diagnostic is when somebody mentioned, when I asked about assessment, placement. Sometimes you just want to be able to place, or the first thing that we do, asking what are your expectations. That is some sort of diagnostic. Find out what is available. What I did first, ask you, fill in something. It's a form of diagnostic, and it helps us to know what to do. Screening, when you're interviewing them to find out where they are at, and you move on with that. So what we want to stick on again is our in-process evaluation of student learning. In process, meaning throughout the semester, as we go along, how do we do it? Providing you information to adjust your teaching. So I asked assessment, and sister said, yes, we'll have feedback. It helps you also, the lecturer, to be able to adjust your teaching along the way. And you have to do that. And sometimes the evaluations that we do, you know, we always do this end of semester evaluation that is formal. The university requires it, they'll bring the form. But you as the lecturer could be doing it maybe every month, every week, something short. Ask them one short question. How is it going? So far, what have you learned? That is an assessment. It helps their learning, and it helps you to adjust where you need to adjust. And it's important for us to understand that we may have to make adjustments in the way we are teaching, in what we are teaching, based on what we are, the feedback we are getting from the students. And then also the feedback that we give to them will help them constructively improve their learning. So when we do discussions in class, ask them questions. They are all forms of assessing what they know. So you have to ask the right questions to be able to give them the right feedback. And constructive feedback is the bedrock of formative assessment, giving a feedback. That's very, very important. And when we have our students doing their thesis, etc., they come to us, we talk to them, we grade, we look at their work, we send it back, we give them feedback. That is formative. They are learning, and they go back and back and back, and they keep bringing back new drafts that we work with. That is giving them constructive feedback. And of course, doing that, you do it multiple times in it. Summative, we will not. They move on. Yes.
I think from this assessment should not give us the solution to these challenges. How can we evaluate a big class like 1,000 students?
Yeah.
Because that is a big challenge.
Yes. That's where we come in and think about. There are things we'll talk about later. Peer assessment, self-assessment, where sometimes you will give them some rubrics to help them actually grade themselves and figure out whether they are doing the right thing. Because assessment for learning is not so much about grading and giving them marks. It's to help them improve on their learning. The summative is where we are now stuck so much on giving them the marks. But if we are able to help them improve their learning, by the time they get to the end and do the summative, they will get better results than they usually would. And that's where you may have to start thinking about using multiple choice, etc. Because honestly, for me, 1,000 students, asking them to write essays, I think it's not helpful for you, and you are not giving them any feedback anyway. So what is the objective? So let's look at something else, and then to tell us what is the objective of doing that. Why are we giving them an essay? What do you want them? What are we testing? Are we testing their writing skills? If we are testing writing skills, we'll continue giving them essays. Yeah. And really, when we think about it truthfully, sometimes that's what it is. And there are times, yes, you have to test their writing skills. So that's where you give them, they do their thesis and they do all those other things, where they write. So analytical skills, etc., you can do that. But multiple choice, you can set them in ways that but you are testing every other domain in the Bloom's taxonomy. So for me, I would say that that's the way to go, because we are killing ourselves, basically. Anyway, so this is our question. Now, this we are going to discuss on your table. First of all, this is, what do I call it? This cartoon, it's looked at in different ways, but we are using it for this. So there is some kind of test or something going on, and this is the examiner. He says for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please discuss and decide that when we look at this, what is the objective of this test that is being done? And based on your objective, is it fair? And in what other ways can you achieve the objective that you think it's about? So every table, we have like 8 minutes to discuss, right? Have something
objective was to find out the capability or the ability of the animals to blend them. Secondly, is this a fair assessment based on the objective? He said it's not a fair objective. It's not fair assessment because the animals, they have different characteristics. Their habitats are not the same. And also looking at the size of the animal, we find the animals.
They are different.
They are different. So number three, in what other ways can the objective be achieved? We were still in the process. We only got one point. We said that we create a conducive environment.
Okay, create a conducive environment. Yes, this is able. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first question, that is, what is the objective of this assessment? In our group, we say that the objective is for selection purposes, because for fair selection. So the examiner is to select, maybe for a certain purpose or for a certain assignment.
Can you think of a purpose?
Now,
you didn't think of a purpose. You just
we just talked about selection. Okay. The second question is this a fair assessment based on the objective? Certainly not, because they are all different. They are all different, they operate in different environments. You don't expect the fish to climb a tree when the monkey is the one that lives on top of the tree. You don't expect a seal to do the same thing. So what is the other way in which this objective can be achieved? use of different tests for each of them so that everybody is taken care of in terms of their abilities, their environments within which they operate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Our first objective was to determine the ability to climb the tree.
Okay. So yeah, so you were specific on the objective.
Yes.
The ability to climb a tree.
Then for number 2, we had 2 options. We had a yes.
Okay.
If we want to classify the animals,
let's look at that.
And B.
No, so number 3. No, let's keep it like that.
Okay. As number 3, we say that we can reclassify.
Okay. So if you are thinking of classification,
yes,
as a selection, that's why you are selecting those who can climb the tree. They think it's fair.
Yes.
So let's keep it at that for you, for your group. I know you have another section. Yes. So there's one that says yes. There are 2 that say no. Yeah. Yes.
And for us, I would say that the objective is the ability and skills to climb the tree. Yes, the assessment is fair because the selection is based on their abilities. However, I would say that the other way to achieve the objective is to vary the assessment board.
Good. So there are 2 yeses, 2 no's. Yes, please.
For our group,
please speak up.
The objective is to climb a tree. Is it a fair assessment? We say no, because it's not based on the abilities of the group. In what other way can the objective be achieved? By assessing different skill sets.
Okay. All right. So let me pick up from the last one. Your objective is to get them to climb a tree. So why are you going to look at different skill sets if your objective is they should climb a tree? That's your objective. So then why are you looking at different skill sets? Because the objective is climb a tree. I want to classify, like they said, these 2 groups basically came out with an objective that was very definite in terms of, okay, we are looking for people who can climb trees. And therefore, the way to do that is to climb a tree. So it doesn't matter whether you're a fish or a dog or whatever. I'm looking for people who can climb trees. And the only way I can judge whether you can climb a tree is for you to climb a tree. Yes. So in that case, it's fair. If that is your objective, you know. So this is bringing us to the fact that the objective of any assessment is very critical. You have to be clear in your mind, what do I want to do? You have to be very clear in your mind. So if the objective was to be able to test their strength, then we'll say it's not fair. Then you can use different skill sets to test their strength. The fish will swim, the elephant will bring the branch down, the monkey will jump up there, the bird will fly a distance, because that is the objective. I want to test their strength. And they all do it in different ways. So you may want to do it that way. If you wanted to test teamwork, for example, you could still use the same thing, but say it's teamwork. So we want to see, okay, how would they behave if we said, let's get to the top of the tree? So you might say then that we want to get to the top of the tree. I want to test how they will behave in a team. And you can judge how they will do that. And you can use that to help them. So if you are not very clear in your mind what the objective of your assessment is, we tend to use exam or tests that may not be that suitable, or that will not favor different people. And because we recognize that yes, there are different skill sets, even in your classroom, etc., that is why sometimes we vary the mode. Because your objective is now to find out what they know or to get them to improve on their learning. Then you just don't use one form of assessment. There are some people who can talk better than others. So if your whole assessment is about everybody, aura, raise your hand, then you are disadvantaging the others who may be shy, they don't want to stand up, etc., etc. So this is to bring to our mind that it is critical to have your objective clear. What do I want to do? And then use the appropriate example. So that helps us to understand why we should be trying to test different skill sets in the class, because they are different. But our objective is to help them in their learning. And if, for example, it was like when we talk about the placement, our standardized test, we are trying to put people in a university, they all come from different universities at different places, everything. That's why this placement, they want something, that's why we use standardized tests, to be able to sort of level out and find a way of placing them in a proper. So that's what we do. So this is just telling us that our choice should be based on the alignment, the learning objectives, the teaching and learning activities. What activities have you used in class? If you haven't used any analytical, practical, and at the end of the semester you go and give them practical, you are not being fair. You have not aligned it. You've not taught them that way. You've not shown them what to do. Then suddenly you say, go and do this. So that is what we want to move on. So that brings me to looking at this, while we are talking about innovation, that innovation basically is how are we improving, and we've been sort of discussing it, so I'll not dwell too much on it. And when we talk about innovation, we shouldn't think of, we are thinking only of something that has never existed, or something so brand new. Basically what we are saying is that the changes may be new to you as a person, or your department, institution, or higher education as a whole. It's something that you're bringing in that you normally were not doing. And so you are trying to figure out how can we do this. So innovation can come in where in your class, now you are doing more assessments of learning where you are using different things. Maybe you are letting them do what we call the think, pair, share, think, share groups, where you put them together, they talk, they discuss. That would be something new you're doing. Or you are doing the expectations. You never ask them their expectations the first day in class. Not many of us go to class and the first day we ask, what are your expectations for this course? Why did you take this course, etc. We just go and we start teaching. I've made my notes and I have to go through my notes and finish from day 1 to the last day of class. But if we go in and we start asking what are expectations, it will get them to start thinking, why are you in this class? How many times do we ask them, why are you in this class? Especially where it's an elective class.
I don't know, madam. When you think about the undergraduates that we get, we're talking about fresh kids right from secondary school. Asking a kid fresh from secondary school to think in terms, what do they expect from this program? I don't know, unless they have been in schools where they have had the rigorous career talks, they have been told, if you want to be an engineer, you're going to
assume.
It's a little question I want to ask, and someone asked me before.
Yeah.
You see, like in a public university, it's already decided I have such number of students in my class.
Yeah.
So even when I make my objectives, which I can do, I have a course which is stressed, right? The number is determined. So I do not know how much leeway I have as a...
You have a description, there's a course description, but you will develop your objectives and you will develop the outcomes yourself. Which we have been doing, what we've been doing. Yes, so it gives you a bit of flexibility. And then you push them to actually read what you've told them. And as you go along, in terms of assessment, you can ask them that, okay, this objective or this outcome, do you think that as we have been teaching, do you think you've got it or you haven't got it? Discuss among yourself. There may be many in the class. You will not get everybody, but between week 1 to week 13 or 15, you may have got everybody in the class to say something once. You cannot get them all every day. But as you go along, just make sure that at least somebody talks every time. And there are many ways in which you can think of to try to get them to think of talk, and not let only the talkatives or the talkative students or those who are always in front, which we'll go and look at next. Okay, so any approach to assessment that is delivered is not in your usual form of testing, a familiar technique used in all of these can be innovative, but we are saying that the focus is assessment for learning. So when I'm asking them, what do you expect? And they don't know, we can talk about it. So, so you're all sitting here, you don't know why you are in this class. Okay, let's start discussing. It may take 10 minutes of your class, but you've pushed them and got a few of them. There will be a few who will, nothing, whatever you do there, nothing will happen. You leave them alone. But at least the majority of them, 90% of them, may move along. 10%, you won't get anything out of them, no matter what you do. Like that's how you don't have something to say. So.
Well, actually, I was going to say that it's part of the hidden curriculum.
Yes.
Because when in the university, you also need to learn some soft skills, and critical thinking is part of the soft skills. That may not necessarily be taught, as part of the curriculum.
Yes. Yeah. So those are the things we are using, those things to help their learning, basically. Force them to start thinking. If you do it, eventually we'll see we have a critical mass of people who are moving along in the same direction. They don't think you are strange because you are the only one who is asking them that questions. But sometimes they'll say, as for this lecture, he's too strange or he's too difficult when you go to his class because nobody else does it. But if we all do it, nobody becomes a bad man. Please, let's look at this one and what is being assessed?
Welcome to another knowledge sharing episode of 30 Minutes with HR. 30 Minutes with HR is a partnership program between KUSI Consulting and the Association of African Universities. It is your premier human resource show for employers, employees, and job seekers. And as always, we have a special guest for you. Today, I am joined by none other than Mrs. Irene Asare. Irene Asare is a global transformational leader. She is also the Business Services Director at Tullow Ghana. We'll be right back and I will tell you exactly what the topic is for today's conversation.
Welcome to Adansi Travels Product Knowledge Series. And I'm excited to talk to you about our FIT tour service, where you get the opportunity to customize the products to your taste. And with that, we take your details, your destination you want to go, the date you want to travel. We're able to do it to suit your budget. So you don't need to worry about breaking the bank when you are traveling with this kind of service. You can visit us as the details are on the screen as you see, or you can call us on the numbers showing on the screen. Let's plan your trip for you, and you know with Adansi, we always let you feel the beauty of life.
Adansi Travel feels life's beauty.
Welcome back. Today we are discussing adding value to businesses and transforming HR through mentorship. How exactly do industry professionals do this? Before I introduce you to our special guest, I would like to thank our sponsors. Thank you, Adansi Travel. They actually got us here on set today. Thank you to Nationwide Medical Insurance. Be sure to give them a call for your healthcare needs. And of course, thank you, AH Hotel. We have been filming some of our episodes in their executive lounge. Now I am ready to get started. So, are you excited?
I am. I'm very excited.
Excellent. So as I mentioned, we are joined by Mrs. Irene Asare. So Irene, before we dig deep into the questions, I want you to share a bit with us about, you started a HR mentoring program for young professionals. And I think that mentorship program ties into today's conversation. So I kind of want you to give us some brief history about that.
Sure, I'm more than happy to. Thank you so much, Rita, for inviting me here today, and I'm really excited at the opportunity to talk about the mentoring program. It's a little bit of a story. I'm a little bit of a storyteller, and it really did have quite an impact on me as a person. So for a long while now, I've had lots of people contact me, can I be their mentor? And I was happy to do so. What was very interesting, my first mentor actually contacted me through LinkedIn.
Wow.
And I responded to his email, to his surprise. And I just felt that his email stood out. He needed some help at the time, and we're still in touch today.
Wow.
Since then, lots of other people had contacted me, and it got to a point where it was becoming too big for me to manage. And so I said to myself, what else can I do? So I speak to people on a one-on-one basis. I might speak to them every month. I wanted to think about how else I could probably impact society and people, and particularly the profession. So what was really interested in 2016, I was named the HR Practitioner of the Year by the Institute of Human Resources. And I felt like this is what I wanted to do, to give back. For me, it wasn't just about being named, but it was also about giving back to our profession.
Exactly.
And I'm super passionate about our profession. I feel that HR is critical to any organisation, and it has a prominent role in our organisations and in society. And if you think about it, people are our greatest asset. Without people, we can't run a nation, we can't run a business.
Exactly.
So with that in mind, the mentoring program was born. And I said to myself, I wanted something longer lasting. I didn't want to just call a bunch of professionals in for a day or two. And so I thought, let's make this 12 months. And actually what has helped me in my career is having a big brother or a big sister that looks out for you.
Exactly.
And I call them the cheerleaders that cheer us on regardless of what we've done well or what we haven't done well, but they're interested in us as people.
Exactly.
So from there, the mentoring was born. I was a bit nervous, if I'm honest, because I felt, my goodness, who's actually going to be interested in doing this for 12 months? How will I pair friends of HR background? And I knew they were just as passionate as I was.
Okay.
So I reached out to them. I spoke to the Institute. Of course, they were very, very supportive. And the program was born.
Wow.
And we haven't looked back. It's been amazing, impactful, humbling. It's been a fantastic experience so far.
Good. I mean, for the first cohort. And I started thinking, myself and a few colleagues who were there just started thinking, how can we be a part of this? How can we be a part of this amazing movement? You know, because when we talk about mentorship, it's not a one-time thing. It's not something you do one day and then you think you've made an impact on someone's life. So I think that it's a
Coaching
difference.
for me is about immediate behavioral issues that you might have in the organization or in your business today, and you need a solution and you need a fix.
Exactly.
What I'm talking about mentorship is 2, 3, 4
Okay.
that you can call upon them and they really had an impact in your life and in
Exactly.
your career going forward.
Exactly. And I have this saying where I say that a mentor can be a coach, but a coach cannot be a mentor.
Absolutely.
You know, and I strongly believe that. So when I started out my HR career, I still stay in touch with the gentlemen who I was lucky enough to work under. You know, so mentorship, I think, in our line of work is really critical.
Absolutely. And I think, Rita, people really underestimate what it's like to have a mentor. I have a lot of people, like I said, that contact me just for advice. I mean, it's very different getting advice from somebody who you trust and respect in perspective. Someone who's different offering. And I think that for lots of people, and I always say that, you know, people who have been hugely successful, it guides them along the path, and it hasn't always been smooth.
Okay.
And I'm sure that if it was smooth, we probably wouldn't need people.
Exactly.
But because it isn't smooth and life is like that, it's good to have somebody who's on your side.
To guide you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I couldn't agree more. We will come back to mentorship, but before we do, I would like you to share some light on how, without disrupting the organizational culture, we talk a lot about culture, but I can't imagine it being easy to transform an organization.
Yeah, I've been in many transformational positions. I've done some very challenging and difficult things. Sometimes people will resist. It's human nature.
Of course.
We're aware of anger, and then you need to do things differently. There is a need to transform. Move this change, and we come kicking and screaming. Sometimes we accept change and it becomes easier. Either way, we often find that the person we were 5 years ago is not the person we are today.
Exactly.
We've gone through some process.
Exactly.
So coming back to your question about how do we transform a place, an industry without disrupting culture, I challenge that. I think that you will disrupt some level of culture. The challenge is, can you do it positively? And can you do it to ensure that you do not negatively impact your business as a result? I think for a lot of people out there, there'll be organizations that need to change, don't know how to change, and will have to take the transformation step, one step at a time, in order to bring people along. So I think the organizational culture, as you go through that process, you will also change. What is important is the word that you used, disruptive. And making sure, I mean, nowadays we talk about disruptive, there's a lot new age technology, future of work, etc. And we talk about disruption. Disruption can be a good thing.
The organizations that you worked with, as an example, how were you able to come to that realization that, wow, change needs to happen? How does one...
There are different I mean, obviously, I'm not going to name an organisation.
No, definitely not.
But I would say I've worked in a number of multinational, great companies. And I say great companies because they perform well, they really look after their people. My current organisation, for sure. But there comes about taking sometimes what seems like a really big issue into small, tiny chunks and, you know, looking at these issues one step at a time. Before you know it, this big transformation, so for example, I have transformed an organisation that has lost 1,000 employees. the way I approached it, I didn't look at it and thought, my goodness, obviously we're going to impact people's lives. I mean, there's a lot of weight on you as a person. But then you have to say to yourself, I have to do this bit first, I have to do this bit, and I take it in chunks and I go through the process. And I think what's really important about our profession is being sensitive and empathetic about the environment and the situation, and the fact that anything that we do around transformation and change, for example, will impact people at some level.
Exactly. I was talking by global transformational leader. So were there anything specific based on the demographic location?
It's interesting, but I always say people are people. That is what is interesting. We all generally feel the same things in many similar situations. But often when I'm in Ghana, people say, oh, in Ghana our culture is like this or it's like that. When I went and lived in South Africa, our culture is like this. Yes, there are slight differences, but that's history, that's context. But when you're talking about a transformation program at work that says requires you from tomorrow or from next year, we are now going to have this process, we're going to do it in this way, it's going to be different. It is going to be different. And people generally will react according to the change curve. What I think is important is culture. So if there are differences, is culture. So for example, I often say in the UK, I have been in a culture where it's kind of work hard, play hard. So when it's time to work, we work. It's
time to work.
And it is focus. And if I see someone in the corridor, I can kind of walk past you and nobody will say anything. In Ghana, you can't do that.
No.
You can't just walk past someone in the corridor.
Unacceptable.
But yet you might be the same person acting in the best intention, thinking that you're not offending anyone. So I think it is important in the countries that I've worked with, and I've learned very quickly, to be very sensitive about the environment. Just because, for example, I may have seen it and done it before, doesn't mean that the method in which I use is going to be. So I'm mindful about going into those environments, studying the background, the context, and then reflecting and then thinking about how are we going to do this process here.
You have to adapt to the culture or
Absolutely.
where you find yourself. I think for me, having moved to Ghana, that was probably one of the toughest lessons I had to learn, because in the US, UK, we have this rigid system, right? Somebody does something, you write them up, and then it leads to termination, and you come to Ghana and you realize those systems need to be a bit smoothed out a bit. You cannot stick to the same systems and structures that works abroad as here.
I just think the context is different. The context is different. On our continent, jobs are hard to find. In the UK, I'm saying employment will also be difficult to find, but there is more available and different options available. Doesn't mean that we don't follow the outcome if that's what's required. It's just that we have to think sensitively about how we go about doing this.
I agree 100%. So now my mantra for this whole year, I think actually since last year, has been adding value. Adding value means so much to employers nowadays, right? If we're going to get hired, it's because employers want to know what value can you bring to the organization. And I watched you lead a session on the role of the human resource business partner, and you actually spoke about adding value to organizations. And this doesn't even have to be a response or advice to just HR. It can just be a general response to job seekers, to anyone in the employee sector. How do you add value or create value for your organization? What do you do?
I think it's a really, very passionate about this particular part. I think what is important is, again, I think that we can't a favour.
But you get that a lot in Ghana.
Well, I think again, I wouldn't narrow it to Ghana. Actually, I think you have lots of different countries with lots of different contexts. I experienced a lot of interesting things in South Africa. So I think that sometimes we just think it's Ghana when actually, when you look wider, if you're coming to work on a regular basis and you want to do what you want to do, and you think what you're doing is adding value, but yet the organisation is saying this is not what I need from you. I need X from you. How do you ensure that you create that? For me, creating value is being efficient, not making so many mistakes or learning from those mistakes, thinking ahead about how we can improve things, how we can be different. I always say, for example, if you're in a business, and let's say you're a business partner of HR or supply chain or finance or whoever, and they're having a financial conversation, and you're the finance person responsible, and you're not even invited to the conversation, you need to ask yourself, why is that? Why is it? Is it because you go into the meeting and you say nothing? Is it because when you have your contribution, it doesn't really add to the conversation? These are the questions that we need to ask. What is the business goals? What are the objectives? And what is my role in that? And how can I add value? It's the same way as if you're an HR business partner or an HR professional. Your advice, your support, your guidance around particular processes, procedures, how to do things. If you're giving advice as an HR practitioner and your organisation is getting itself into trouble and ending up in labour courts or wherever or grievances, you've got to ask yourself, are you adding value to that organisation?
Because you could be doing more damage than actually adding value. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for that great insight. So we are going to take a quick break.
Sure.
And when we get back, we have another set of questions for Mrs. Irene Asare. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Treat yourself to a serene, plush, and unique experience. Check in at the AH Hotel, East Legon, where every stay is unique.
Everybody wants to be the best at what they do for the people they're doing it for. That's why, after 13 years of providing you with top-notch healthcare nationwide, the market leader in the private health insurance industry is going the extra mile for you. Instead of hopping from pharmacy to pharmacy, now you get your prescription drugs delivered straight to your doorstep. We will restock your chronic medication on the regular, so you don't have to stress to keep track. We provide on-site clinics that offers you professional medical consultation from the comfort of your office. Enjoy these amazing benefits and so much more by signing on to Nationwide Medical Insurance today. Call us on 0800-222-222 or email us at info@nationwidemh.com. Nationwide, we go the extra mile so you don't have to. Join the healthcare family.
Welcome back to 30 Minutes with HR, a knowledge sharing program. Thank you to our sponsors yet again, Adansit Travels, AH Hotel, and Nationwide Medical Insurance. Welcome back, Irene.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we have a few more questions for you, and then sadly we have to wrap up. All right, so back to mentorship, right, which we started talking about mentorship. So how critical is the role of mentorship to transformation?
Super critical. And the reason I say that is, I think again with mentorship, as I've talked before, it's a personal journey. I'd like to think it's a life-changing process that we put people through on the general HR mentoring program. But anyone who's had a mentor, you go through a life-changing journey. How does that link with transformation? We're in 2019. We have years ahead of us. The world is changing. You know, the things that we used to do, we're not doing them anymore. We're doing new things.
Exactly.
I mean, I always have this famous, wonderful kind of insight that everybody always talks about is, you know, for those of us who have children, for example, the jobs that they will be doing in the future are jobs that today don't exist. So, you know, they're going through their own education journey and they're jobs that don't exist.
Wow.
So for me, what is important is providing mentorship around your personal development, your personal achievement. Mentorship isn't about gaining more technical expertise. A lot of people that I meet already are qualified in X and Y. It is about, how do I approach this? How do I think about this? How do I deal with failure? I've just gone to a meeting and done a presentation and it was an absolute disaster. You know, I did this project and it wasn't as successful as I thought it was. How do I, and what do I say when I get there? For me, these are all skills that are required and needed if we are. A lot of people talk, for example, about the future of work and think, oh my gosh, the future of work, that means people are going to be out of roles. I disagree.
I do too.
I think that people will be in roles, but like I said, they'll be in different roles. So how is it that I start my career as a finance professional and maybe I'll end up as a creative person? I don't know. And therefore, how do I transition? How do I transform from one career to the next? I mean, for a lot of older people, they may have had one career or two or three. I'm told now you can have 4 or 5.
Of course.
So I think it's about the mindset, the skills, interpersonal skills development on how you deal with that change and transition.
I could not agree more. I think it's going to keep happening, but are you changing with the organization? As the organization is innovating and they're moving on to the future of work, right? What they perceive the future to be. Are you able to change along with the organization? Because those are the employees that actually end up keeping their job and evolving within organizations.
Absolutely. If you that it's also about changing with the profession, right? So, you know, the profession, staying ahead of what is happening in your own profession. There are lots of things that are happening in the human resources profession, for example. There are a lot of things that are now happening in the banking profession, for example. There are lots of things that are happening in the data profession, the telecoms profession, for example. How do you ensure you stay with your organization and you develop and you grow? But how do you ensure that within that space that you are really moving and developing as well?
I think we were discussing how in some organizations now, I mean, they're using AI and they're also using virtual reality as a way to do interviews, so you're not meeting the candidates, right? Isn't that interesting? I want you to share or give our viewers just a bit of your strategies, and of course myself. What strategies have you been able to deploy to be able to lead transformational change effectively in some of the organizations that you've worked for?
I think it's interesting, isn't it? I think you just need to. I always have people in mind. You know, I go through a stage where I process, my goodness, this could impact people, because fundamentally that's what I care about. So I have people in mind. I try to reason with and talk with my senior leadership just about what we're trying to achieve, and you know, you have to ask why and how and what will it mean and when. I think those things are very important. And then if a change needs to be affected, remember I said change is not always negative, it can be positive. It's about, you will always get early adopters. You will always get people that will say, listen, okay, this is life, this is how things are, things change, and therefore we're going to help, we're going to support you. What's the level of transformation? It's a challenge. You can be, you know, seen in a very unpopular way. But then sometimes when the change happens, people appreciate that at the end of the journey, but not whilst you're going through the journey. So I try to, in terms of strategies, I try my best not to be a professional as a leader and executive of a multinational company, Tullow, for example. You know, there are going to be things that you will do that won't always be popular.
Of course.
There are going to be things that you do that people very much appreciate. And I think that as a leader, you need to take all of them in hand. To work with the line managers and the leadership to be able to ensure that we affect the change. If I'm working with a change team, obviously sometimes we're under a lot of pressure to get things done. I try to be empathetic, but realizing that we have a change to deliver as well.
Excellent.
And the results of the change are just as important as obviously bringing people through at the same time.
Excellent. So engaging the stakeholders, asking questions, and most importantly, keeping the people at the center of your decision making.
Absolutely.
Excellent. That's very good. I mean, so far you've been doing a great job at it. You're winning all these awards, getting acknowledged, and very well deserved. So I'm part of the HR mentorship program. I like bragging about that because I think it's really, really, really awesome. So what can we expect this year? It's a one-year journey.
It is. And I think it gets better and better each time. We've got some fantastic mentees. I think they're super hungry. They're excited about their change process. We had our first session with them last week, and they were wowed and excited and are probably a little scared at the same time. But you know, when you're transforming, changing, as I said, it's not always a comfortable journey. And what I've said to lots of mentees in the past is get used to being uncomfortable. So I think there's a lot. We are partnering with CIBS, so that's the China Europe International Business School, and so they're going to bring a lot of academic rigor to the program, and we're going to build in some financial skills as well. We've got mentors that we've worked with before, but we've got new mentors like yourself that are coming on. We have mentors that are super, super passionate about the development of people in this profession, and I'm very excited about that. And then obviously from a Tullow perspective, we are super excited. This is about capacity building. Some people say, why are we starting with the human resource? Why not?
That's where it starts.
Is where I say. And you know, we are also about our capacity building, our localization, our local content agenda. We're about, you know, oil and gas, but we're about making impact in Ghana as well. So we're very, very excited about this journey, and most importantly, the growth that we'll see, because eventually over time, if not already, we're seeing that it's really impacting the profession that is human resources.
Excellent. So if one wants to get in touch with Mrs. Irene Asare, how can they do that? How can we get in touch?
You can get in touch with me through LinkedIn, probably the best kind of mode of contact, and I'm generally always available and approachable and ready to kind of engage with people.
Excellent, excellent. So we have come to the end. This is always the saddest part, you know, because it's such great conversation, but I'm sure this is not the last time they're gonna hear from you on these very topics. And I'm excited about the HR mentoring program. I'm excited about the mentees, the mentors, and it's just exciting time to be in our be in HR, be in our sector. So,
but thank you very much. It's been a great opportunity. From a Ghana perspective, this is the first of its kind, and I'm super excited for that. This is about innovation, this is about development of people, this is about doing things differently. And it's about starting with our human resource. So I urge every practitioner to be super excited about this, support the journey. Let's try and impact as many people as possible. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
You're very welcome. You heard it for yourself, right? So it's a very exciting time in HR, and unfortunately we have come to an end. Thank you so much for watching, and you can always get in touch with us with any of your human resource related questions. Thank you again to all of our sponsors, and we will see you next week.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you AAU Studios because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
Hello Africa, this is Event Update on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update brings you information about upcoming higher education events happening in Africa, and it is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. I am Isabella Tetahinapa.
Je suis Alexandra Mpaba Johnson.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org. You can call us on +233 244 736280.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, and the African Academy of Sciences is calling for applications for the Research Excellence Consultants for the Science Granting Council Initiative, SGCI Phase 2. The SGCI-2 Research Management Project aims to fortify the capability of science granting councils in explicit areas of research management, namely research excellence, research ethics, emerging scientific practices, good financial grant practice, GFGP, benchmarking exercise and development of online grant management systems. Interested applicants must have at least 5 years relevant professional experience, including extensive knowledge of research excellence assessments, proven research excellence assessment skills, and theoretical and practical knowledge of the use of RQ Plus and other comparable tools, multidisciplinary skills and ability to communicate effectively, fluency in English and excellent drafting and communication skills, ability to communicate in French or Portuguese will be highly desirable, ability to work independently and as part of a team, among others. Qualified consultants should submit a detailed application outlining their qualifications and suitability for this task, including proposed solution, budget and detailed work plan and timeline for this task via the link on your screen before 30th October 2020. For more information, kindly email rdixon@aau.org and a copy to tapani@aau.org or email a.neba@aasciences.africa.
L'Association des universités africaines et l'Académie africaine des sciences lancent un appel à candidature pour le poste de consultant en excellence de la recherche pour la phase 2 de l'initiative des conseils subventionnaires des sciences SGCI. Le projet de gestion de la recherche SGCI 2 vise à renforcer la capacité des conseils subventionnaires scientifiques dans les domaines explicites de la gestion de la recherche, à savoir l'excellence de la recherche, l'éthique de recherche, les pratiques scientifiques émergentes, l'exercice d'analyse comparative des bonnes pratiques financières GFGP et le développement des sciences de gestion de subventions en ligne. Les candidats intéressés doivent avoir au moins 5 ans d'expérience professionnelle pertinente, y compris une connaissance approfondie des évaluations de l'excellence en recherche, des compétences avérées en matière d'évaluation de l'excellence en recherche et connaissances théoriques et pratiques de l'utilisation du RQ+, et d'autres outils comparables. Les compétences multidisciplinaires et capacités de communiquer efficacement, la maîtrise de l'anglais avec d'excellentes compétences en rédaction et en communication, la capacité de communiquer en français ou en portugais serait un atout. Avoir la capacité à travailler de manière autonome et en équipe entre autres. Et les consultants qualifiés doivent soumettre une candidature détaillée décrivant leurs qualifications et aptitudes pour cette tâche, y compris la solution proposée, les budgets et le plan de travail détaillé et le calendrier pour l'achèvement de cette tâche en ligne via le lien qui s'affiche sur votre écran avant le 30 octobre 2020. Pour plus d'informations, veuillez envoyer un courriel à rdixon@aau.org et copier techmani@aau.org ou envoyer un courriel à a.neba@aascience.africa.
The Science Granting Council's initiative, SGCI Phase 2, is calling for proposal from consultants aimed at deepening knowledge and implementation of research ethics in the African context. Interested consultants should fulfill the following requirements: deep knowledge of the research ethics landscape on the African continent, broad understanding of the regulatory framework practice guidelines for the conduct of science, technology and innovation, excellent project management skills in international work environments, excellent skills in conducting high-level stakeholder meetings, as well as demonstrated skills in conducting research ethics studies in sub-Saharan Africa. Qualified applicants should submit their proposal, including a cover letter introducing the submission, an overview of the consultant, including similar past experience, names, bios and detailed CVs of the consultants, overview of the consultant's proposed project plan, deliverables, timelines, milestones and outcomes, among others, as PDF documents, strictly via email to rdixon@aau.org with RFP for consultancy services for deepening knowledge and implementation of research ethics in the African context as a subject before 15th October 2020. Kindly encrypt your proposal with a password and share the password upon submission of the proposal. Please call +254 208 060 674 or +233 264 1832.
Over the last 3 days to have some really amazing discussions around the role of the diaspora in higher education and innovation in Africa. We've had a chance to talk about strengthening relationships between U.S. historically Black colleges and universities and African universities. And we know that that is going to really be key to addressing issues in the African diaspora. We've also had a chance to talk about women of African descent in higher education. What are the opportunities and the challenges for those of us who want to make our livelihood in higher education? And then the fourth session was Higher Education, a Panacea to Racism, Equity, and Promoting Social Justice. And we've had some amazing discussions there. Dr. Cornell West joined us yesterday along with Dr. Hilary Beckles, and there was a spirited discussion about what we can all do to end racism around the globe. So we've had a great 3 days, and we so appreciate the time that you have spent with us and the wonderful discussions that we've had over the last few days. For those of you who didn't have a chance, of course, because the sessions were parallel sessions, we know that you didn't have a chance to attend all of the sessions. So today we're going to have an opportunity to hear what were some of the key points that came out of those sessions and what are the recommendations for how we move forward. So I am going to introduce to you now the Vice President of AAU, Dr. Nicholas Nuama. Dr. Nuama?
Thank you very much. Yes, you are right. We have had some interesting discussions during these past 3 days. And Now we've come to the last session where we need to summarize all what has been discussed, put them in their perspective, and then see the way forward. And so I'm going to invite the rapporteurs to make their presentation. The rapporteurs, are you ready? Hello?
Dr. Nuama, if you would call on them one by one, the tech team will unmute their microphones.
Yes. The names of the rapporteurs, really, the first rapporteur, because the names were not sent to me. Yeah, so the first, the rapporteur general, please help us by inviting your rapporteurs one by one.
So I'm not going to go in order, but right now I can see Dr. Antonio Rodriguez on the screen. So I'm going to go to Dr. Rodriguez, who was in session 4. And Dr. Rodriguez, if you would get started, and then we will move to the other rapporteurs. Dr. Rodriguez, you're currently on mute. I'm sending you an unmute. There you are. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Anthony Rodriguez of Texas Southern University. I'm in the Mickey Leland Center of the university and the center. I am opportune to have been a rapporteur for the session number 4. And I tell criminal, but you saved the life of the person who's been arrested or who's been accused. You saved their life. Professor Bledsoe brought up that the approach that was given was diametrically opposed to the way it happens in the United States of America. It seems as though it works quite in reverse. There's you shoot to kill. You don't try to save the person who's been accused. That was a very important element, I think. Now, that presenter didn't get the opportunity to come back on because we had that discussion actually before our session started. Then we went into hearing from the NAACP, Mr. Johnson, and one keynote point we can say from that discussion is the NAACP is not the NAACP of our grandparents. It's a very brand new organization, pressing forward to be a globally recognized organization, bringing into its fold, not just in the US, but across the globe, and specifically in Africa. That was presented very well by them. And just speaking on continuing day 2, we had a very excellent presentation also by Professor Kwasi, who indicated that the continued racism inequity shall continue, were his words, until we address racism. And now exactly how that will be done, that wasn't said, but I'll bring that up on the second day's items. But some of the key points from him was the knowing and having understanding of history and our knowledge. Now, a very important point I need to bring up that he indicated, the question was, is it a panacea of change through the HBCUs? And I'd like to report the first day, the answer was actually no, but it can be. But the answer was it's not, but it can be. Much of the deliberations seem to center around many of the HBCUs following the format of our counterpart, the historically predominant PWIs. So there seems to be a discussion that there must be some degree of change in how we approach it. Dr. Vern Shepard from UE, they pointed out the 3 A's: access, agility, and alignment. That was a significant point in the first day, and it carried over into the second day also. Continuing along that line, then came Professor Osei. Right, Professor Osei discussed the issue of access, class position, and the misinterpretation of access and class, and using the standards of the Europeans. Dr. Bertrude gave an excellent history on her institution and their work in social justice over the many decades. One thing, though, I want to say, I'm going to end on day one, was the key point that came out at the end was the word intentionality. And what seems to be the focus on that point was bringing forward with intention, with specific purpose, where there need to be changes. And that's how our day two concluded now on day one. Now, day two was a very different day than day one. We had the same amount of guests, but we basically had two speakers. I'd like to share with you that the way day two began, it was really, it was like a moment of camaraderie and joining together among the presenters. And that was actually led by Dr. Cornel West. He really was an amazing person, the way he connected with everyone and caused us just to be talking with each other and just saying hello. Now, he was our first presenter, and I must admit to you, his presentation was such that it covered a multiplicity of areas, and it's most interesting, some of the things he covered, it was almost as though he connected the dots from the first day, and some of the key points he brought up from it was recognizing that how we got where we got, it is because of many persons behind us. He asked us to remember and be thinking about our ancestral traditions, whatever those might have been. He spoke very eloquently about respect, courageousness, being willing to correct each other. He spoke of equity, diversity, inclusion. He spoke of the importance of not taking our stature in academia too highly, not thinking that we are better, because he seems to brought that point forward where there might be a consideration that we have arrived. And I think he was calling upon us to recognize, no, we have not arrived. We have lots of work to do. And because we have arrived on the backs of many others that came before us. He really pressed in a venue of historical philosophy of the black person to some degree. And after Dr. Cornel West, we had the great opportunity to hear from Dr. Beckles. And now Dr. Beckles, he spoke of the philosophy and the cultures brought forward by Cornel West, and he brought forward the history and the importance of knowing who we are, knowing where we came from. But he also brought a second very important point, which was the persons of the continent, of the various countries, even after all these name changes since 1894 and the devastation across the country. It's clear there's a lack of knowledge between the African continent in general and the African diaspora of the cross work that has happened. Now, recognizing that the extraction of people of Africa going back to the 1400s, when that first began with the Portuguese, there's still a history to be told. There's still a message to be told. And interestingly enough, Dr. Beckles pointed out that there's so much misunderstanding and misinformation, not just misinformation, but false histories and false dialogues. So he pointed out some of the important work that's coming out of the University of the West Indies, some of the important work and the recognition of how some of the academic institutions got started, and specifically 1948, the University of the West Indies, which was considered, as he pointed out, the slum of the UK. He went on to give some examples of change that took place because of understanding and knowing the history. One specifically he gave was of the racist Alfred Milner, was a call at UE once they came to know the history and the truth of that was changed. Now, after the presentation by Professor Beckles, we truly didn't have sufficient time to really hear much specifically from others, but what we did hear from those who came back from the previous day, including the speakers, was pointing out their acculturization, how they came to their spaces and realizing the importance and the value of each other and knowing each other. I like to say from the key things that need to change. I'm not sure in the outline if those key things that need to change is in respect to the conference or in respect to global change for the African diaspora. So I didn't speak in that. I'd like to probably write that out and provide that again. Innovation around the topic. Now, there is opportunities for innovation. It was very clear based on the deck, the persons who are all speaking. It's very clear there's an opportunity for a significant collaborative effort between the various works being done by the various institutions and various persons. And it seems as though there's a massive opportunity for the African Association of Universities to be that centerpiece in bringing those connections together. I truly hope that's part of some of the planning for the AAU. Now, as far as the policy implications of outcome of the meeting, well, from policy implications, we are thinking, there could be policy for internal operations for academic institutions, and also there's policy implications for NGOs and for governments. So I think those implications require additional consideration, especially, I'm not sure any of you who took the opportunity to saw the discussion that took place last night at the first presidential debate. I think that debate was telling, and every point I know we discussed in the two-day session, it wasn't informed by the debate, but the discussions we had clearly tells us that we need to step it up, because if you can read the tea leaves from that debate, there is a change in the wind right now that is significant, such that without, as they say, Kuji Chagulia Mogolo, brotherhood and unity amidst us, we may be at this very short end of the stick. And I'd like to conclude the one statement that was made at conclusion, I believe, by Professor Beckles, or it may have been Professor Osei, whether or not we will again allow businesses, will we let big business again brush aside what's happening, just brush it aside, and we will end up not making any significant or real change. That was the last statement made by Professor Beckles. And that is my report to those who are hearing, and I hope I have the opportunity to re-listen and put this person's names to some of these points and even reconnect with these persons. I truly believe that we are in a moment in time like none other, and it's by no accident the AAU is having its homecoming celebration on the days before, during, and after the first American debate for this presidential election. That's a subject that is going to impact and influence how we operate and what we do for the health and the welfare of not just the general public, but of the African nation and of the African diaspora. Thank you very much. I hope I have done my job.
Absolutely.
Repertoires.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rodriguez. Since I started with session 4, I'm going to work my way backwards and go to the rapporteur from session 3. That is Dr. Josephine Jarpa Duwani, Associate Professor of Political Science at Howard University. Dr. Duwani?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, good. So I will start my video in a bit, and I would also be sharing my screen. So I'm starting my video now. Okay, so I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be the rapporteur for session 3. I have provided, I'm going to make my presentation off a PowerPoint. So I'm going to share my screen now, and hopefully we will have that working without any technical hitches. Bear with me. I opened this earlier, and I cannot find my sharing. I'm going to close this out and then try it one more time. Okay. For some reason, do I have total access to share my screen?
Yes, I've given you access.
Okay. So I have this. Hold on one second. I hate this when it happens.
I'm going to try one more thing.
Josephine, I'm going to help you do that if that's okay with you.
Yeah, please share my screen. Share the PowerPoint I sent you. I can't find it in my. Fine. Okay, good. I found it now. I found it.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. So let me make sure I'm not closing the wrong one. So let's. Okay. And I'm going to go into presentation, slideshow, play from current. Okay. So do you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does it say women of African descent in higher education?
Absolutely. Yes. All
right, good. So that's the right one, just to be sure. Okay. So once again, thank you all. It's been an exciting 3 days of this conference, or 2 days going into the third and final. And so I am a professor, associate professor of political science at Howard University, and I was put in charge of the rapporteuring for the third parallel session, Women of African Descent in Higher Education, Opportunities and Challenges. So what I'm going to do is do a quick presentation, allowing time for questions and comments. And I am just going to give us the brief overview of the critical issues that came up. I'm doing mine differently from Dr. Rodriguez, who kind of followed the prompt that we were given. So I start off with the speakers. The moderators were Dr. Beatrice Kamanga Njenga and Professor Amina Mama. The speakers included Martha Mwezi, Professor Kosi Adomakwa-Mpofu at University of Ghana, Legon, Dr. Kebuma Langmia at Howard University in Washington, D.C., Dr. Nadov at Temple University, Dr. Faye Williams, National Congress of Black Women, and Professor Carol Boyce, who also was on the speaker list, but for other issues couldn't show up. But I also want to go on to note that the keynote speaker for the session was Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, who is the former Minister of Education in Ghana and currently vice presidential candidate on one of the 2 major political tickets in Ghana. And she spoke on a lot of issues, but one thing I want to start off this presentation with is the point she made, which is a quote I have here, that we need history to inform us of women's roles and show us what is possible and what we can still do. And I think this is important because the panel session was opportunities and challenges. And herself and many of the other speakers went back to history. And Dr. Dove especially went back to history, looking at how the place of women, African women, in pre-colonial Africa, and tracing it to where we are now. And why is history important? Because it shows us that the challenges women are facing now are a combination of factors based on history, based on colonial, colonial experiences, and of course, post-colonial experiences. So if we do not understand our history, to know that women played very important roles in the politics, in leadership, in architecture, in education, in cultural spaces like religion, we will question ourselves as to whether what women are doing now is an imported idea or a Western idea. And so it's important for us to understand our history in order to be able to move forward. So some of the general themes, the challenges, right, looking at it from a historical perspective and understanding that we are not always, or we have not always been, a subjugated group, minority group within our societies. It's to understand that the challenges women face in higher education now, whether in the across the African continent or in the United States, it's human created. Human beings created it. Now, I'm not going to go into the religious part of it, but we as humans created it in different times in history. And so we have to look at it from the historical context and understand, like I said in the beginning, the roles women played in pre-colonial Africa. And to also remember, very importantly, as Professor Opoku-Agyeman mentioned, that when we're talking about women in history, African women in history, who led armies, who led wars, we often get told, well, stop romanticizing it. It's a thing of the past. And she reminded audience members to remember that it is not a romanticization. Just as we talk about men and the conquerors they did, women who also played important roles in our communities in the past have to be remembered, because that will inform our current situation. So within the historical context, the challenge is that history of Africa generally and history of women's roles in Africa have been rewritten. So we as Africans, we as African women in higher education have a duty to rewrite that history, to set history right. We also have to look at the fact that these challenges are culture-based. And Professor Opoku-Agyeman once again mentioned that culture is dynamic. Some of it is tangible, some of it is intangible. We have to look at the good parts of it and take those parts and continue, and also challenge the bad parts of it. So that also fed into a question that somebody asked in the audience about whether if we do away with the bad parts of African culture, if we are giving away our culture in favor of Western cultures. And somebody said, no, we are not. Just like every culture, Western culture, Eastern culture, whatever you want to call it, they have their good sides and their bad sides. So culture is dynamic, and we have to constantly keep up with our cultures, take what is good and go and leave what is bad. And that plays into how women's roles are translated within the socio-cultural context into higher education. So I'll tie all of that up. So these challenges beyond history, beyond culture, and the dynamics of culture, it's also that they are based within institutions. They are institutional challenges women face within academia. And once again, Professor Opoku-Agyeman asked a question: if women played very important roles in the past as architects, as leaders, why is it that in academia we're having these challenges? And she said we lost something along the line. So once again, that feeds back into the idea of knowing who we are and coming back to reclaim our place in society. These institutional challenges are a lot. Some of them come from the decisions that are made within institutions that may not necessarily provide opportunities for women to advance, to be promoted, and to have opportunities for leadership. And within the institutional context, we also have to look at the African Union as a larger institution, and maybe the AAU kind of flowing out of that. And Professor Beatrice, I think it was Dr. Beatrice, mentioned the issue of having worked within the AAU system and realizing the difficulty of having a policy or policies that were streamlined, strategically focused on the needs of African peoples. Because within the institutional context, all different actors and partners come in with their own agendas, and we're kind of just hopping around with different agendas and dancing to the circus of these partners who may not always necessarily have our interests at stake. So women often are left out of these institutional decision-making processes, and then even if they do, the extent to which they can participate can be limited for different reasons. And we also look at the fact that these issues that women face within higher education are gender-based discriminatory practices. And I use gender-based as different from women-based because gender-based is some of the cultural, social context, some of it which flow out of the historical context we have within the pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial states in Africa. But the issues of stereotypes of women, that women may not necessarily be good leaders, the fact that women are expected to do certain duties within academia, like the care work. And so we are supposed to be called mothers, even in academia. And Professor Doma Nkrumah Ampofo mentioned, for example, where professors, women are called mama or mommy by their students, and male colleagues don't necessarily get called that. It's nothing wrong with that leadership role that women can be called mothers, but that it takes away that level of authority that a woman is supposed to exert within leadership. So when she goes out of that leadership role, not being as empathetic as we expect, then she is seen as not being the ideal woman. And therefore challenges come from not just students, but also colleagues. And the issues of salary, are women paid equally? Are women promoted at equal rates as men? And all these other stereotypes that women face within higher education. For example, if you're a leader, the few leadership roles we see women as vice chancellors and deputy or pro vice chancellors, they face an extra burden of discrimination. And then the women-based challenges are also issues that women have the extra burden of work at home. They're not always able to balance the professional and personal demands. And for example, with most institutions now requiring all lecturers to have a higher degree, like a PhD, often these opportunities are outside of the countries that in Africa. So most women who are in childbearing age at that time may not necessarily be able to take care of, advantage of those opportunities because of their personal obligations. So some of the challenges I've laid out, and there were many more, but I'm just looking at the main issues that were discussed. And so what do we do with these challenges? Women have always been leaders and they continue to lead. They're not going to sit down and cry foul. But it's important that we mention these issues in order to address them. So the opportunities exist, but then I could also call them the strategies. Some of these have been done. A lot of the speakers talked about what they have done. And I group them in three main categories. The first one is the idea of re-education, that we need to re-educate ourselves. Most of the speakers talked about the fact that you often find that women, of course, are the ones who produce these women courses, and the universities are not always open to having these courses offered. But that we have to involve the men in the process. We have to rewrite and reclaim the role of women in African history and make it importantly that it is not a romanticization. We also have to play a role, and it shouldn't just be women, in challenging the dehumanization and what I term the defeminization of knowledge systems. And we know that within the African continent and across other parts outside of the diaspora, there's this movement of decolonizing knowledge systems. And we have to also engage that from a feminist or woman-centered perspective. And then we have to prioritize African cultural education, which in the past showed women's leadership roles, acknowledged those roles, and respected those roles. So when we are talking about women's empowerment, we are not coming across as doing something Western. This is very African. Beyond the re-education, which is the personal, the institutional level, we also have to look into building strong networks. Some of these exist already. The speakers mentioned the networks they belong to, how the networks have been important to their professional development, but also come with their challenges. We have to look into building a Pan-African system and alliances that would advance women. So the AAU, for example, having this conference, having this panel is one way in which we can build a strong Pan-African system, alliances, and build on what is already there. I have to emphasize that these systems exist already. Women have to also engage in skill sharing, mentoring, lobbying, power structures, and those are all parts of the network. These have been done, that they can do it amongst women educators and also among civil society organizations. And then institutions have a strong role, better coordination with the AU and the AAU. Once again, one of the speakers talked about how there were so many different things going on, different donors, different partners, and there was no coordination. So hopefully we'll be able to have under the AAU better coordination of these policies so that it can translate across the continent and the diaspora. We should also involve women in decision making in higher education. One of the speakers mentioned that small percentage of women are vice chancellors and pro-vice chancellors. Dr. Faye, who talked about the experience of women in the United States especially, gave us a lot of data showing that Black women in America are doing a lot more in terms of educational attainment in most of the fields, but maybe STEM, but they still remain low in leadership positions. So we see what is happening in the United States, maybe somehow mirroring what is happening within the African continent, and that is where this global alliance between women in Africa and the diaspora comes in. And then lastly, we should also strengthen alliances between institutions of higher education across the African continent and of course in the diaspora. And I know we had a panel which looked at the HBC alliances, and that could be one way to merge them. So those were the key issues I raised from my rapporteuring. The rapporteur notes will have more details, but this was just a summary of what I came up with, and I am happy to answer any questions or provide any clarification if needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. We have a number of people in the chat who are asking for copies of the presentation. So if you would like to share it, if you would share it with Maxwell, if you would email it to Maxwell Amahoit and all of the presentations that we have available, all of the reports that have come out of these sessions. We will be posting those at aau.org when the presentations are complete. So these reports that you hear today, we will be providing that information back to you later, because we know that people do want a summary of the entire conference. So thank you again. I am going to continue. Oh, let me slow down because I'm trying to reopen to go back to the next speaker. So thank you again, Dr. Dawouni. Our next speaker, as I said, I'm going to continue to go backwards, is from session 2, Tori Saka. Tori, are you available? If my tech people could please help me by unmuting her phone.
Yeah.
Okay, you are unmuted now. Thank you.
Yes, I am. Yeah. So my name is Selina Tori-Saka. I work in the University of Ghana Business School in Ghana, and I was responsible for covering session 2, which looked at strengthening relationships between U.S. historical Black colleges and universities and African universities. Now, for our keynote speaker, we have Professor Molefe Keita Asante from Temple University. He delivered the keynote speech, setting the pace for discussions for both the first and the second day. We took quite a different approach. The first day was more of looking at the issues or diagnosing the problems. And then on the second day, we went on to look at what the solutions were. Now, in his keynote address, one of the things that came out so strongly was how the African has, as Africans, we don't know ourselves. He talked about Carter Wilson, who observed that as Africans, we teach ourselves more about European history, music, and arts, and to the detriment of our own culture and our own ways. And so, navigating the discussion further, he wondered how we could come together without connecting on the basics. He observed that intellectual leadership, the intellectual leadership he'd been attracted to, was pan-European in nature, and it created a system that allows us to attach our works and writing to. But until Africans can create their own intellectual system, it will be challenging to surmount that hurdle. He stressed on the need to decolonize our mindsets and reorient ourselves by resurrecting African heroes and deliberately teaching their philosophies to students on our campuses. He emphasized the need to build relationships between African universities and HBCUs, and to explore indigenous knowledge across all fields and subject areas. Concluding on his presentation, he challenged us to think further about who we are, what have we done, what can we do, and how could we explore what our people have done to build some connections between us. We moved on to the second presenter, who also shared his experiences on his experiences on how he decided to start a university because there were existing gaps in the educational system in his country, Ghana. Now, he also, like the first speaker, talked about how our educational system is Eurocentric, and so his approach sought to identify some of the gaps that existed and then to create an awareness, an African awareness amongst the young ones. He reminded us of how Kwame Nkrumah was very deliberate in this approach and how we need to rechart our path towards that deliberation of reorienting our youth through our history, through teaching our history to students in schools. He lamented that accreditation standards are very rigid, and the systems and structures that govern university operations are usually Eurocentric in nature, and it doesn't allow for flexibility for some of these things to be done. And so he was of the opinion that institutions like AAU would play a very critical role in reorienting universities across the African continent to review their standards and reorient curricula to reflect African content. Professor Exra also was one of our speakers, and he shared on his experiences in his institution. He talked about how much intellectual capital we have in Africa, and noted that the sovereignty of the African begins with the state of the mind. And so, like the two other speakers, he stressed the need to decolonize our mindsets by reviewing our curricula, and also talked about and also talked about how we could form collaborations and partnerships to utilize the knowledge we generate. Professor Aurora Vergara also further pushed the theme of decolonizing the curricula, and she shared with us how she done that through art. And she talked about the importance of relationship and partnership building and the need to reflect on our cultural experiences. Professor Kamara concluded on what he does at Howard University. He talked about some partnerships and collaborations with some South African universities to build joint programs that seek to do exactly some of the things we had been discussing, like reorienting our curricula. And so his institute is looking at joint programs in ethical leadership, community leadership, spiritual leadership, collaborating with institutions like the Thabo Mbeki Institution and Barack Obama Leadership Institute. He shared on the need. He also concluded with a strong note that Africa needed to decolonize its education to make progress to where we want to go. Now, on the first day, we had a few discussions on what all of this meant. Discussants noted that we do not know each other well enough, and we have so many stereotypes about each other. And some panelists felt that the African continent needed more political will to push this agenda, and we needed to engage the Ministry of Education in our various countries to push the agenda for reviewing the curricula, for setting new standards of accreditation that are more Afrocentric and not Eurocentric. We concluded the day's discussions on a very positive note. The keynote speaker noted that the European slave ships that scattered people across the European slave ships may have scattered people across, but at the core, we are still one people and one family. He said that at the moment, we are reading the same book, but we are all on different pages of the book. And so, but it offered up that he saw in this an opportunity to line up our acts towards connecting with each other. And he shared about how Thomas Sankara so many years ago had initiated some actions to have such a center that would bring people together. And so concluding on this, I think the four key things that ran through were partnerships and collaborations. For the first day, partnership and collaborations, reorientation of our curricula, packaging our stories, and setting a Pan-Africa academy and a Pan-Africa agenda. Now we we concluded also noting that the AAU stands as a key influencing force in this march or in this journey. On the second day, we looked more specifically at how we could come together. What were the ways we could weave the webs of coming together to work together. I mean, to advance this agenda. And discussions were centered around identifying people who were like-minded and who would come together to form collaborations to push this agenda. Professor Yanka shared with us how some students from North America visited his school and how through exchange on an exchange program, and how it was very educative for them and how they felt the experience was enriching. And so the discussion centered at promoting such exchanges, academic exchanges, student exchanges, faculty exchanges across levels. We went on to see what Professor Arora had also done. She also shared her experiences of student exchanges and how these have been very transforming in the lives of students who have partaken in these exchange programs. She talked about how sometimes they would come to Ghana and then return very different people. And so generally, yes, we thought that partnership building is very key to creating connectedness for advancing this agenda. We also, she also shared on the need for advocacy. She noted that even though these are conversations or people are beginning to buy into this agenda, there's still so much need for advocacy in this area. She shared with us the experiences in Colombia, where most faculty were still not African. Most faculty in the African institutes were not African. I mean, even if Africans applied, they were not likely to be offered the job. And so she concluded noting that there's still some work to be done advancing and promoting the African. We went on to talk about financing all these exchanges and partnerships and collaborations and all. And from our discussions, what came out was that we haven't really packaged ourselves well enough to explore what we have in our midst. Through our discussions, we agreed that there were many resources on the continent, and we could raise funds in the continent to promote the African agenda. So we concluded on packaging ourselves and having conversations, constant conversations. We felt that there was the need to continue to convene this these meetings to advance the conversations on where we want to go with our partnerships. And we thought that AAU play a critical role in bringing us together, in creating the platform to advance these causes. So I'm concluding, yes, so concluding, we thought that this should be, or these conversations should happen every now and again. The team suggested that we needed probably every 6 months, we needed to have these conversations twice in a year. We need to set an agenda to continue to meet and take concrete steps at advancing connectedness between HBCUs and African universities. And we felt that the AAU can create the space for partnership building. And so in a nutshell, these were the discussions from panel session 2.
Thank you so much, Professor Saka. I appreciate your very thorough summary of session 2. We do not have the session 1 rapporteur with us today. However, Professor Osei Darkwa, who was the moderator in that session, has agreed to share with us some of his notes. Please give him some grace, as we have only just informed him a few minutes ago that we would like him to share his thoughts with us. Thank you. Professor Darkwa.
Okay, thanks a lot. And as you say, I was a moderator, so my notes is not as detailed as earlier presenters. So let me share some few ideas about our session, which was panel session 1. We had a keynote speaker in the person of Dr. David Wilson, president of Morgan State University. And then we have 4 panelists, Professor Oyewale, Professor Kumba, Dr. Norma Fonteberry, and Professor Josie Jackson Maleti. The session was started by Dr. David Wilson. He was a keynote speaker. He talked about qualities of leadership. And he related this to his experience in meeting a number of African leaders. He talked about how do we educate the next generation of leaders. And then he also made the fact that President Trump has made a number of very disparaging remarks about people of African descent, and they disassociate themselves from those remarks. He emphasized the unite and the need for us to reclaim our oneness. And then, to quote him, he said, "We hold in our hands the golden key to bring about prosperity for our people, and that education should be the driving force to achieve this." And then he went on to outline a number of achievements of Morgan State University. So in brief, that was what he said. Our first panel member, Professor Oyewale, he talks about the expectation of the African universities. He began by outlining some of the challenges posed by COVID-19, and then what are some of the expectations of African universities. He talked about a number of them: documentation and publications. The fact that these days, because of the impact of COVID, is a period of restricted research visits and fellowships. He also encourages governments to keep supporting education on both sides. And then he said we need each other more than ever before. Even though COVID-19 has brought challenges, it has also created new opportunities for us to move forward. So that's briefly what he said. The next was Professor Kumba. He emphasized the need for collaboration, and then he talked about the structures of the Francophone universities. He said that Africa is a well-resourced continent. So why are we facing all these challenges? He talked about if the leaders, the pioneers have not returned, the Kwame Nkrumahs, the Jomo Kenyattas, if they haven't returned to do what they did, to lead the continent of Africa to attain political independence and to deal with all those neo-colonialist issues, Africa would have been a different continent. So he talked about the need for us to build bridges and for need for African universities as well as those in the diaspora to put in place structures to accommodate those in the diaspora. He was making an appeal to African educational leadership to make this possible. He talked about mutuality of funding and the need for constant diaspora engagement. So that's a brief summary. The next was Dr. Norma Fonteberry, who talked about the potential role of professional societies in enhancing higher education in Africa. Most of the discussion was centered around his organization, which is the American Society for Engineering Education. He outlined what they're doing and what they continue to do, and the divisions within ASEE, which is this organization, and the need for us to transform undergraduate engineering education, and he made a number of recommendations as well. And the last speaker for our session was Professor Jackson Malete, who talked about prioritizing African diaspora research and innovative partnership. He emphasized the need for us to build trust, among people of African descent, the need for us to build collaboration, the need for us to enhance linkages between Africa and the global African diaspora, the need for us to change perceptions and narratives, and he emphasized a number of areas for collaboration. Among the areas, he mentioned agriculture and food security, health and nutrition, science, technology and innovation, youth population, climate change, natural resources, mobility partnerships. And he referred to what Carnegie Mellon Foundation is doing and the programs that they have established to enhance this collaboration. She posed the question, what else is needed? And then you talked about African Diaspora Transnational Research and Mobility Fund. The need for us to use this fund to initiate joint doctoral programs, and then he called for a plan of action. So this is what happened day one. Day two, there was a general presentation by a representative from ADB, which is the African Development Bank. And the focus was on funding opportunities from ADB, and she outlined a number of them. After that, the floor was open for people's questions, comments, and contributions. And we had a general discussion around the themes that were discussed day one. So this is a brief summary of our session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dakwar. That was a great summary, especially given the fact that we didn't give you much time to prepare. At this point, a couple of announcements and a couple of questions. So first, there are a number of people in the chat who are asking about whether or not these presentations will be available, whether the recordings will be available. They will be. We need to give our tech team some time to put the recordings together, and also give us a chance to get all of the reports and to put those together. But you will be, if you're registered for the conference, you will be getting those. There are some people who have asked if they could actually have the chat saved and sent to them. So here's a little trick that I just learned. Right? If you have the chat open, at the bottom right of the chat, there are 3 little dots. If you press those 3 little dots, one of the options is Save Chat. So you can actually save the chat and it will come up as a text file on your computer when you close out from the session. So you should wait until towards the end to save the chat so that you get all of the information. And just to let you know that. The next thing I want to let you know is that we are going to be taking questions this session. We weren't sure if we would have time, but given that we do have some time, we're going to be taking questions. And so please use the question and answer feature, not the chat feature, if you have questions for any of the presenters. And while you start posting your questions, I am actually going to ask if any of the other moderators who are with us, I see we've got Lakeisha Harrison, I see we've got Dr. Gary Bledsoe. If any of you would like to comment while people are starting to post their questions in the chat, please raise your hand or turn your cameras on and just let me know, and we will open up your microphone so that you can make any comments that you would like about your sessions, because I know that you both had some great sessions, or if anyone else would like to make any comments. So, Lakeisha, would you like to make any comments? Yes? Okay, tech team, would you please unmute Ms. Harrison's microphone?
All right, I think I can be heard now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just want to first say thank you so much to the AAU for convening this homecoming. And one of the things I've observed since the pandemic started is that as much as we are all isolated individually in our own homes, it has actually made it more possible for us to connect across the globe, across wider spaces in a virtual setting than we ever have before. And so it really has felt like a homecoming, and being able to connect with people I wouldn't have otherwise been able to connect with because we're so far away. And for our panel on strengthening relationships between HBCUs and African universities, connection was the key in what we discussed. And the only thing I wanted to follow up on is the fact that we expanded the conversation a little bit beyond just HBCUs because of the fact that Professor Vergara was part of the panel. And with her being in Colombia and there are no HBCUs there, we expanded the conversation to discuss how African scholars, in addition to HBCUs who are in other countries in departments of African studies or scholars on other topics who are of African descent, can also connect so that we can move beyond just the linear idea of the United States to Africa, Africa to the United States, and connect globally. How can we strengthen relationships between African scholars around the world throughout the diaspora? And that was intentional because Professor Vergara was part of the panel. And so that expanded the conversation greatly. And what we realized is that there are different unique challenges depending on whether or not you're an HBCU or whether you're a scholar at a place in a country where there are no HBCUs. What are the differences in what we need? But what we realize we all need is a central location and coordination for all of us across the diaspora, whether it's HBCU or not, and that needs to be centered in Africa, and that we call on the Association of African Universities to be that center point around which we can all rally and gather and be the repository of African intellect, resources, information, and finances. That was one of the things that we discussed also, is that finding other ways for us to connect, because money can be a prohibiting factor in students from HBCUs traveling to the continent, people from the continent traveling to HBCUs or other parts of the diaspora. And how can we begin creating our own financing stream so that we are not dependent necessarily on outside resources outside of the African diaspora to help us finance our connections that will strengthen these relationships.
Tracy, you are muted, so you have to...
you are muted, please.
Oh, I apologize. I was saying I see Dr. Gary Bledsoe, and I want to provide him with an opportunity if he has any comments before we go to the questions. Dr. Bledsoe? Let me unmute you, okay?
Unmuted, okay. Doctor, thank you so much. I've been really totally mesmerized by the presentations this morning. Dr. Rodriguez did an excellent job of actually summarizing and presenting what occurred during our sessions. The sessions were indeed so lively, with such great information from a wide breadth of individuals. One of the things that we did that I thought was really kind of unique, and that is to bring in individuals who are not necessarily within the academy, but who are without the academy, but who could make the work of the academy more effective. We brought in one of the legendary trial lawyers who has beaten the big guys many times, Willie Gary, who's gotten many multi-billion-dollar verdicts, and the head of the NAACP. And we saw the real potential connectedness there. The presentations that that we received were really outstanding. But a couple of things that stood out to me were Dr. Beckles talking about the value of the diaspora in freeing South Africa, and the issues that he'd uncovered in reference to the creation of Harvard Law School in the U.S. And that showed me all the great work that's being done that maybe that we're not all familiar with. That maybe for one reason or another, it's part of an educational initiative. And so I thought, well, we really probably need to have some kind of unifying force where the efforts that were identified and the great suggestions from people like Dr. Silver and our group need to be carried forward. And so the AAU obviously would be the vehicle that brought us all together. I don't want to put more work on individuals, but it would seem like we'd want to have some kind of collaboration started, informal as it might be, where we can create the kinds of dialogues and communications, receipt of information, so that we know the different kinds of works that people are doing, because maybe some people can help others to get ideas from others and do the kinds of work in different areas that maybe some are doing in other areas, just the ideas. And, you know, it just seems like in many ways some of the great work that's being done, especially in the community throughout the diaspora, where I think it would really do a lot to empower people as people try to push for change and push for advances. The kind of work and information that people are doing, if people are actually equipped with it, they can actually put more value to the work that's actually being done. So I'm hoping that what we can do is consider trying to have some kind of informal collaborative out of this, where we can continue to have some kind of discussion, dialogue, compendium for the receipt of information and thoughts and ideas, and establishing relationships. I know at Texas Southern University, where Dr. Rodriguez and I are, we have a design in Africa and throughout the diaspora. So I think that I've seen the great work that Morgan State has done with many of the nations or institutions of higher education in Africa, for example, and in the Caribbean. And that's the kind of thing that only so many of us, but establishing relationships will allow that kind of network and strengthening each other. So I would suggest that. But I think our event was great. The presenters could not have been better, could not have been better selected. And I think that the information that was presented there will be extremely helpful to bringing about some real positive changes in the world and the community. And what we thought in our group was that indeed this is a time where the opportunity is here, brought about by the murder of George Floyd, sadly, but there's somewhat of an awakening around much of the world. It's become more of a world movement than a movement within the U.S. And so the idea was that we needed to captivate that now, because we don't know how long that'll be there, and strike while the iron is hot. So we need to do something affirmative and come together and move forward. But I just want to take my hat off, Dr. Walker. I think that the AU did a great job here, and this is a beautiful thing. And finally, one of the individuals made this comment that I thought I really should mention, and that is one of our participants said, you know, our ancestors are happy. We're all coming together. And I thought that was such a profound and wonderful comment. And so I'm just hoping we can keep forward with that and move forward and join together and not lose the energy that was created by this beautiful conference. Thank you, Dr. Walker.
Thank you, Dr. Bledsoe. Now I am going to go to our last moderator, Dr. Beatrice Njenga, and see if she has any comments. I'm sending you an unmute. Thank you.
So would this be my last comment? I'm waiting to give a comment. I don't hear you.
It's not your last comment. I've just been going to all of the moderators to have your general feeling about the session that you attended, and if there's anything you want to share with participants about the session that you moderated.
I'd like to appreciate all the excellent presentations and the clear demonstrated interest of diaspora in engaging with the continent, and also the continent engaging with diaspora. And not to take away from all that, my interest is really in what now? What are we going to do differently? And I'm glad that the AAU has opened an office in the USA, a diaspora office, and therefore can help to coordinate our way forward, bringing to bear all those excellent ideas that were coming up. And perhaps we need other offices on other continents just so that we are inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that I know that Professor Ehili is on and has heard you about other offices on other continents. Right now, as many of you know, we have a North Africa office. Professor Amani El-Sharif is on, and she runs the North Africa office. There is an office in East Africa. There is the main office in Ghana, and there are plans, I understand, for a office in South Africa at some point. So I am going to, at this point, take some questions. We've had some questions submitted, and also we have a few people who've raised their hands. So I'm going to take a few questions. The first question I have is probably for Dr. Dawa. With a lot of demands by family on women, what is your advice for women in education? Would either the moderator from session 2 or the reporter from session 2, Dr. Dawani, like to speak to that question?
Okay, so if I understood it, I'm from session 3, just to correct, not 2. So the one on women, that's quote. But I think the general consensus amongst what I gathered during my reporting and also based on discussions I have had is, what can women do? And I think we always place that burden on women. Women constantly have the care duty. What can you do? What should you do? What didn't you do? We've always been doing. And so like Dr. Beatrice said, what else can you on the other side do? And this comes to institutions. How can we change institutional norms and practices which have been structured on male-centeredness to make them woman-sensitive? So these are issues that instead of us, the women, once again, telling the institutions and the world what should be done for us, it's about time the world and the institutions think about what they can do for our women. And so it's a challenge. I can see I'm kind of not answering the question. This is what I do to my students. I turn it around, set a context, and say, you find the solutions. So whoever asked that question, I didn't see. I think it's great for us to have a forum that the women will just sit back and say, tell us what you're going to do this time. And care of have mothers who are in other spaces, not in education. And if we can begin to find those solutions, not just within higher education, but in other spaces, it will help to make the working environments, wherever they are, conducive for women. And one of the speakers said on our panel, we need to think about women's contribution. Development will escalate and will accelerate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dawani. I think that your comment about people not just asking the question, what can others do, but really looking at ourselves and looking at what we can do. I was in the session that was about promoting social justice and ending racism. And so the next question, learning crisis is real in Africa and has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the pandemic, millions of kids in Africa are currently at home and some roaming about with nothing to do. Dr. Selina, what strategies are in place by AU, by the African Union and African scholars in the diaspora to help reverse this unfortunate trend? Does anyone want to speak to that? Because I think that that could definitely be about the collaboration across universities. Let me unmute you. There you are, Ms. Harrison.
Hi, thank you. So I can't speak for the AAU, obviously, but one of the things I can speak to that was mentioned by Dr. Nyanka on our panel yesterday was the need to strengthen our knowledge by starting in primary school and making the study of Africa, our history, our peoples, and our cultures a core part of curriculum across the board. And so though children are not getting education right now formally in schools, I think going forward, to increase the reinforcement of education at home and the family as well. So that when children are outside of the classroom, if they're being taught in African cultures and their parents have been taught in African cultures and their other older children in the community and in the neighborhood have been taught in those kinds of things as well, then they can continue working to say won't be completely dependent on just what is coming from the classroom, because there will have been a core universal education that they all have gotten through the course of their primary education and beyond. I cannot offer immediate solutions right now about what's happening with the pandemic. I will obviously defer to others within the AAU or others in the African who may be in a place to speak for the African Union to talk about how that's being addressed right.
And pass them on to the AAU leadership. There is one sort of very simple technical question, and it is there a list of which HBCUs have formal partnerships with institutions in Africa? Also, does it include the nature of those partnerships? Does anyone from our HBCU partnership session with Africa have a response to that?
I am.
Unmute you, Dr. Okay. Tech team, I'm trying to unmute Lakeisha Harrison. Thank you.
I think that's part of what came out of our session is that we don't know all of the different initiatives that are taking place between HBCUs and the African continent. Professor Kamara mentioned several initiatives that Howard University is working on, including a program that I think is really useful, and that is a program in Africa that provides curriculum on education about African Americans. And in addition to that, I know that Professor Nyanka has established partnerships with several other universities, including Morgan State. And then obviously Professor Aharon is at Delaware State University, and so he has programs there. So we identified during the panel a number of different initiatives between various HBCUs here in the US and African countries or the AAU on the African continent. But to the point of the question, what became apparent even as we were preparing and working through the discussion itself the last 2 days is that there does not appear to be a centralized list where we actually know who's doing what. And if there is, then we weren't aware of it. And so if there's someone else who's on the line now who is aware of a central repository where someone is keeping track of that, then please do tell us, because I want to know myself.
Well, I will comment that at the North America office, it's something that we have looked into and we have not found one either. So we can both continue to look and see if we can find one that will be helpful to all of us.
If I can.
Yeah, I think that's part of the ongoing dialogue, is that, Professor Nyanka very much said that we need to do this every 6 months. And I think that's part of the reason is that we need to begin to do that. And that, I think, is a first step. And I think Professor Aharon is on and trying to chime in.
Tech team, would you please unmute Professor Aharon? If I could see him, I would.
Yes, he's a co-host. He can. Thank you. Yes. Am I on?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted to respond to the last inquiry about what HBCU is doing what in Africa. I don't know a complete list, but let me say that I'm here because I was invited by AAU based on the conference at Delaware State University that we hosted last year, because Delaware State has the Center for Global Africa, of which I am the founder and the director. And we have a great partnership, unique partnership with the African Union, with the agency of the African Union called African Peer Review Mechanism. And for many people, African Peer Review Mechanism is unknown, but it is a premier and revolutionary organ of the African Union, which has a mandate to evaluate governance and the socio-economic performance of nations with the view to present recommendations that governments implement. And so the partnership that Center for Global Africa has is one that is designed to filter the large but relatively untapped intellectual capital, to filter that into APRM processes in this way that supports Agenda 2063, in ways that generate development and in ways that are mutually beneficial. And so I encountered AAU because of that conference, and we began to talk about, well, how can we possibly work together to merge our common interests? And so in November, the 12th through the 14th, we're holding our annual conference, which again will be virtual because of the pandemic. But I'm going to get again back with Maxwell and with Brother Kwesi Sam to organize how we can continue the connecting parts, because Dr. Bledsoe, I believe it was, made a very important point about coming together, working together, and being able to identify who's doing what in Africa. So our partnership is designed to work collectively with HBCUs, because that was a big gap that was not being filled. And so the Center for Global Africa took the initiative to establish that partnership, which is designed to do just that. So we look forward to working with AAU to make those relationships more tangible, functional, and measurable.
Thank you so much. So we are at a point where I am going to just take one more question. And let's see, maybe I will go live to Dr. Chioma Blaise Chikere. Has your hand raised? I'm going to unmute you. And if Dr. Chioma Blaise Chikere, if you have a question, I've just unmuted you. You will have to hit the unmute on your phone as well. Okay, I'm going to move on. We have Lizzie Igbine. I'm sending you a notice to unmute. Do you have a question? I was trying to do live questions, but now I'm going to go back to the questions on the Q&A. So one of the questions, and this can be for anyone, is basically we've had this very spirited discussion, and our reporters, our rapporteurs are documenting what may be some of the possible policy implications. How do we get these ideas and these discussions to policymakers? Does anyone want to address that question? Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. If I can also use a few seconds of my time in addressing the question. Policy is driven by facts and information. And in the academia, we should have at least working towards much of that. There was a previous question on the, for instance, the if there's a database of all the HBCUs who are connected with Africa. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, we should be able to have that database in place within 7 days, 2 weeks maximum. The technology is out here right now, and we know exactly every single one of the HBCUs. It's approximately 108 or 107 still functioning. We know at least 497 African universities. We have their contacts. It's just a matter of putting together a digital connection, ask the right questions. We have all the information we need instantaneously. Now, coming back to policymakers, how do we get facts and information? State Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, she's always said one statement, she says, with facts and information, with good data, we can make choices and make decisions. We just need to get it. So therefore, every HBCU, every academic space needs to be understanding and collecting and being able to decipher its data. Because we're in a time right now where big data, and I do mean big data, and the ability to analyze it, we're using machine learning, AI, and all these various new technologies. We need to be able to harness this type of information, put it to use, quick use, not taking months to get it to the table. So how do we get this? We just need to set the platform. We just need to decide internally, as an institution, you can make certain these things, these addresses, identifying who are your political persons, who are the movers and shakers in the political realm, in the business realm, in all the different sectors. One thing with the academy, academics is given almost like a buy to enter into certain arenas without the normal hassles of a nonprofit many times. But because we are in the academic space, we really should be taking those opportunities. And if I like to say, as far as getting the policymakers, identifying who are policymakers that left our institutions, who are the presidents, who are the governors, who are the senators, who are the congressmen, who are the judges, the mayors. Here at Texas Southern University, we have a significant footprint across the globe. Just the name of this one institution where both Professor Bless and I share a suite, Barbara Jordan, Mickey Lee, and School of Public Affairs. Even though we are HBC of less than 10,000 students, when the Facebook, Twitter, and all these social medias measure the footprint, our footprint expands out. It's bigger than University of Houston, Rice, St. Thomas, all of these PWIs put together. But now, are we using our footprint to maximize the opportunities for the persons in our institutions and Black people and people of color across Africa? That's the question. So that's the space, I think, where we really have to come together, have to collaborate on to make some of these changes happen. But in closing, I'd just like to take the opportunity. If you see the back of my screen, we have a 2-day COVID-19 conversation. There's some hashtags out there. There's some QR codes starting tomorrow. And I hope you can pass it and share with others. But this conversation has to continue, but we need a repository. And let me give you something also. Every institution who's hearing my voice right now, the Environmental Science Research Institute, ESRI, provides you free software. It is considered the most authorized database of software available. And they offer it to academics. You pay nothing for it almost. Or you will pay like $100 for a piece of software. It gives you so much data. You can take the same data and map all the HBCUs, map all of the, just here in America. I'm working a project now with Tanzania, some students, young men. I just found them from YouTube, and I'm training them how to use their cell phones and be data collectors in their own communities and building a database that is actually a true database. With all of these people in these different meetings, we can do so. So how we get the policymakers? We have to have facts and information. We have to have credibility, and we have to have, our data has to be sound. So, and we have, the minds I saw in this space, and in just our group in Team 4, Panel 4 yesterday was just truly phenomenal. So, again, we are at the doorway. We can do these things together, but of course we have to recognize the purposes. It has to be a bigger purpose. It has to be bigger than just TSU or Howard or some one university. It's a collective push. It would be necessary for us to see the change that we need.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. So that was going to be our last question because it's time that we sort of turn things over for our official closing. I just want to say again, thank you all for coming. I'm going to be turning it over to Her Excellency Dr. Chiambori Quao. But I'm going to say again, thank you for coming. And I think some really important discussions have been started today and some really important comments that I'm looking at in the chat and in the Q&A feature about the importance of the diaspora, that we are all one people. And we have to remember that when we are looking at each other sometimes as the other. And we so often look at each other, whether it be Africans, African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Latinos, as other. And we need to start looking at ourselves as the descendants of the people of Africa, that we are all Africans. And if we see each other that way, it is going to be easier for us to collaborate and work together. There's lots of conversation about collaboration. We're going to have to take the time to get to know each other's history, to try to understand each other in order for us to be able to work this way, in order for us to be able to work together. So with that, I would like to turn the session over to Her Excellency Dr. Arikana Chiambori Quao. She is the founder, president, and chief executive officer of the African Diaspora Development Institute. And she is all about bringing us together. So Her Excellency.
Thank you, Athrine. Thank you for having me. I'd like to start by thanking President Nana Addo of Ghana for sending us his Minister of Education to open our session. It's been a wonderful 3 days. I also want to thank Commissioner for HRST from the African Union for blessing us with their presence again on the opening session. I also want to thank our Secretary General for AAU. Of course, Maxwell and Athrine, you are just tirelessly working to keep the new North America office running. And of course, for putting together this amazing program. I want to thank all the moderators, the speakers, for really having stuck in for this past 3 days. We truly appreciate you. We are now getting to where we give an opportunity for all our speakers and moderators to give us their farewell message to the wonderful people who have been listening to the great messages that we have received well, but also as we begin to wrap it up and hopefully we'll come up with a way forward, which AAU is definitely going to guide us through that. Without further ado, I would like to start with calling Dr. Margaret King. She's from the Global Institute for Planning and Sustainable Development. Dr. Margaret King, you have the floor, please.
And all the great people on this conference. It's been a wonderful 3 days. We've learned a lot and has actually been able to collaborate with a lot. Our session was impactful. People wanted to go on and on and on, but we decided to create a WhatsApp group and already have a meeting scheduled for Friday for us to recap and actually identify action plans on how to collaborate with AAU and AU. We just want to thank all of you great people for putting this together. It's been amazing. We are all inspired and we want to see the change happening. The Global Institute of Planning and Sustainable Development is ready to work with you. We are already working in all the countries of Africa with different teams and directly with universities, creating association, Global Youth and Student Association, so that the student, what they're learning right there in the universities, they can grab those skills, transfer them into entrepreneurship, and be able to manufacture something that could be sellable, and also moving into the communities. Universities are the growth poles, they are the catalysts, and we want to make sure that we can sustainably develop Africa, collaborating with global Africans from the diaspora and from the continent. Love and shout out to all of you. Farewell.
Thank you, Dr. King. Have you back. Love and shout out back to you. Thank you for the spirited farewell message. Next, we have Professor Bubu Achefu for CVC Nigeria. Professor, you have the floor.
Good evening, Africa, diaspora. It's been a wonderful homecoming for us all. From the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, on behalf of the 171, look forward to serious collaboration going forward after this event. And I'd like to thank Professor Hile, Maxwell, and the rest of his team, and our wonderful resource persons for the fantastic job they've done over the past 3 days. It's been a pleasure, all the side meetings, and we learned a lot and exchanged a lot of ideas. So thank you, and looking forward to another homecoming very soon. Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you, Professor, and please give our love to all the Nigerians back home. Like you, we look forward to working with you, collaborations as we chart our way forward in building the Africa that we want. Thank you again. Next, we have Professor Bawole Dean of the University of Ghana Business School. Professor Bawole, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you to all of you across the continent of Africa and the world. My name is Justice Bawole, Dean of the University of Ghana Business School. Those of us in the University of Ghana Business School, and we are very excited that the past 3 days have been this animated. And let me proudly say that the Daughters of Africa have made this conference very, very enlightening. And I really want to salute all our sisters across the world who have been part of this conference and who have held the fort. All of your facial expressions across have been so refreshing. And also refreshing that when it is homecoming, it is been led by the women of Africa. And I want to, on behalf of the universities in Ghana, and on the behalf of my own business school and my university, say that, well, if it were possible, let us all remain here. But it is not possible. So we wish you a very, very good farewell. But remember that you are always welcome. The collaborations will continue, and we salute all of you for your spirited participation in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bawole. I tell you, I love you already. You believe in us women, you believe in us taking charge, and while we love you guys, and we always want to make sure that you got our back, but we want you to know that it is now our time. So move over. Let's take the front row. Thank you, Professor. We appreciate you. We look forward to continued work with Ghana, of course, the home of Kwame Nkrumah. Thank you again. Next, we have Professor Teresa Akenji. She is with AAU, board member for Central Africa. Professor Akenji, you have the floor, please. Professor Akenji, are you there?
Please, she's not online currently.
Okay, we move on to the next one. Next, we have Dr. Jose Malete Jackson, Alliance for African Partnerships. Dr. Jose, you have the floor, please.
And greetings, and thank you very much, Ambassador. This is Jose Jackson Malete from the Alliance for African Partnership at Michigan State University. It's great to see you again, even though it's on a screen. Maybe about a year ago, you were probably, well, not a year, maybe a little bit over a year, you were on our campus, and we had fantastic discussions. So it is great to see all of you. On behalf of our advisory board and the management of the AP, I wish to provide these brief farewell remarks. I think we've had a fantastic 3 days of discussions and coming together. And I think the whole idea of this homecoming clearly has made its objectives. The Association of African Universities, in partnership with the African Union and the government of Ghana, we thank you guys for organizing and convening this event in this virtual space. So despite the global challenge of COVID-19, we are here and we are, and one of them is to reimagine everything. And this is about reimagining our aspirations, how we want to engage with each other, the way we want to work with each other, and making use of the technologies that we have available to do it. So Zoom today is the new normal, right? One of the things that I forgot to mention in my presentation and in the panel discussion on Monday, I looked at several of the areas where we can work together. And COVID-19 has shown us that the fourth industrial revolution is one of the areas. I forgot to mention that. And given the way we are now, this is another one that is front and center. We can't ignore it. Africa is one of the areas of partnerships that we can work on. Many universities are engaged in this area in Africa, in the Caribbean, in Latin America, certainly in the US, and we need to get in the game. I want to reemphasize again the need for partnerships with the global African diaspora. So we want to make sure that African Americans are there, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latin Americans, as well as people who were born in Africa who are in the diaspora somewhere dispersed. We all have so much in common. We have so many lessons that we can learn from each other. And we all have a common goal for transforming the lives of Black people around the world, wherever we are. And so there's so much at stake. I think after we heard last night the debate, there is so much at stake. So what can we do together? We need to think big. We need to have more of these discussions, as we've said earlier. Many of the other speakers have said this. I am looking forward to this. The Alliance for African Partnership is ready to work with others. We are a consortium, as you know, of 10 African universities and Michigan State University. We are open to working with any university, and we look forward to these discussions. We look forward to continuing with you. Thank you all, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. It is good to see you again. I will have to come back. Please don't forget to invite me. Yes, we had a wonderful time when you guys invited me to University of Michigan, and I'm so looking forward to it. I listened to all your stories in Botswana and all your experiences. I still remember every one of them. Thank you, my sister. It is so good to see you. Next, we have Dr. Violet Makuku. She is the Secretariat of the AAU. Dr. Violet, you have the floor, my sister.
Thank you very much. This has been exciting. I don't even know where to start from, but AAU has really shown that it's a mother and a higher education body, apex body for higher education in Africa, by just bringing everybody, including the diaspora, together. So I can't mention by name, but everybody who has made this a success and taken part in this 3-day event, I say congratulations, and it could not have been an event. Then I think the key words, let's take them: collaboration, complementarity, teamwork, as opposed to competition and conflict. Those things will not get us anywhere. And so I just want to say, those who joined us is because they are connected to the Association of African Universities. And so I just want to encourage those who are here, who are not members of the Association of African Universities, to visit our website, www.aau.org, and just apply online as an institution, not as individuals. Those who have already been members, please continue to be active. Visit our website, visit our blog, and be in touch with us. I hope as AAU, we are going to own up to what the other regional offices, and especially our North American office, which has been in contact with all these other people who made this event a success. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you so very much. Next, we have David Ampa Benin. He is COP. I'm not sure what COP stands for. Mr. David Ampa.
Thank you very much. COP is Commissioner of Police, retired. I'm Commissioner of Police, Ghana, Accra.
Commissioner of Police. Okay, now I know.
Yeah.
Okay, for Benin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No, from Ghana,
welcome.
Accra.
You have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Our noble professors, panelists, resource persons, I must admit that this has been a wonderful show. Moderating has been very excellent. And for the past 3 days, we have been listening to our professors, the researches they have made, and I must tell you that personally, I have enjoyed and benefited a lot. I had the opportunity to share policy in Ghana and also the mode of arrest. And I brought about some of the differences that happen in America, UK, and Ghana. But in Ghana, our policing is divided into 3. Policing in the area of motor traffic, traffic and transport unit. The department is a department. Then the Department of the Criminal Investigations, and then finally the patrol unit. So, but the emphasis here is about the motor traffic and transport units. A lot of accidents in Africa, especially in Accra, Ghana, is on the higher side. I remember one professor came from the US to head our UDS University. And just as he was crossing the road, he was knocked down and was killed. He was killed. He was shattered into pieces, broken. A professor, emeritus, he just died like that. So our attention now in Africa must be how to combat this traffic accidents that occur on our road. So I believe that in our next episode, the people from living as true citizens. Our noble professors, thank you. I believe that next year or the other time that it will fix, I will have the opportunity also to be a panelist, a part of this program. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the kind words. Please allow me the opportunity to call you my husband. I am a proud Ghanaian wife. In my culture, when you marry a man, you marry all the men in his village. So I married a Ghanaian man. I claim all Ghanaian men as my husband. So it's so good to hear you, Commissioner. And I know you're taking very good care of us in Ghana. And I hope to see you one of these days when I visit the continent. Thank you for participating in this wonderful program. Next, we have my own friend from Zimbabwe, Professor Zobgo, a man that I know well, a true Pan-Africanist, a true educator. I knew Dr. Zobgo even when I was a little girl. Dr. Zobgo, it's so good to see you. Please welcome. You have the floor.
Doc, unfortunately, Prof is not online.
Okay. Professor Zobgo,
yeah, so I'm sure he will come back shortly.
Wonderful. Yet another friend who is really very involved in Pan-African affairs, and he is working towards reparations. This individual is none other than Dr. Gary Bledsoe from Texas Southern University. Dr. Gary Bledsoe, you have the floor, my brother.
Okay. Ambassador, thank you so much, and thank you for your vision. I think because of your vision, many things are happening around the world, and I hope everyone knows her vision of really trying to bring the diasporans together in what she's doing with ADDI, because I think that indeed is something that will ultimately empower us worldwide and allow us to give things to the world that the world needs. I think it's really out of the diasporan community that the world is crying for leadership because of the things that we've suffered and endured around the world. I think we have a particular latitude to do things and to move forward and to try to show the rest of the world the types of things that need to be done. It's been a wonderful assemblage of some of the greatest minds in the world. And again, I guess I'm concerned that many of the works I don't know about, I'm not familiar with, so we need to have some kind of a central place where there's a compendium of information. And we need to be able to try to work out mechanisms and methods to try to share this information throughout the diaspora, because it will empower us locally in all places around the world to make things happen. And if we find out the things that, for example, some of the research and reparations that's taken place, that will be extremely important. I know out of our session, we had some great recommendations. We had recommendations, for example, for trying to make sure that mission statements of colleges and universities around the world actually include social dynamics, so that we can say that if we want to get involved in social action, that should be involved, that should be part of your process. If we want to deal with racism, anti-racism, that should be part of a mission statement. It also came out that what many people are doing great work around the world, but it would be a good idea to know some of the courses that are being taught, so that we can try to get those into being required part of the curricula in the universities that many of us are associated with. And I know, Doctor, I know one of the things, Ambassador, I know that you've thought about and talked about, and that is the idea of trying to put together an enlightening curriculum, because so many of the great speakers here today have talked about, well, I didn't know this about that area of the world, or that area of the world. And so on things that will enlighten people, like I've been reading your book, Ambassador, and it's enlightened me about things that I never knew and never found out. So I think that we come together, we can understand what's happened in the Caribbean, what's happened in Africa, not just in the U.S., for example, and vice versa. So I think that those kinds of initiatives would be with publicity, because, you know, it's a new day, it's a different day, and we have beautiful ideas, but the implementation, as Dr. Rodriguez said earlier, the implementation will be the issue. And so how do we get that accomplished in this new world dynamic? We have to seize the opportunity for change that's been invited to us and brought to us. And I think having an affirmative collaborative through the AAU would be so important and allow to give a real life to this. But I think that we need to have inertia and make sure this is something that we revisit on a continual basis, so that we don't lose the time and the opportunity, because I don't know where we'll be a year from now. So I think we need to seize the opportunity with the things that have been brought together in this wonderful conference to move forward, but to get to know each other and learn what each other is doing and work together, because there's so much to be done. There's no competition here. We're all trying, we've got a big issue, some big importance, and we need us to come together as one group. So thank you for everybody for participating. And I want to thank the Ambassador, the Secretary, and all for what you've done. We're just glad to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bledsoe, for all the work that you're doing in keeping us united and reminding us of who we are and the importance of unity, and knowing above all that we are Africans. I appreciate you, and I'm looking forward to working with you as we work on a document for reparations, not as Caribbeans, not as South Americans, not as African Americans, but as all people of African descent, as Africans, as Black people, because what unites us is our Blackness and our Africanness. So I so look forward to working together. I know you're already working on something, and I'm just so tickled and pleased about all the work that you're doing. Thank you, my brother. Next, we have Dr. Lakeisha Harrison, my sister, who brought me to her classroom and exposed me to a Frenchman who says, well, when I was growing up in Europe, they told me we French people went to Africa to civilize the Africans. So you know, Dr. Lakeisha took care of that boy very quickly. Professor Lakeisha Harrison, you have the floor, my sister.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for convening this last session for all of us to share remarks about the last 3 days, which have been wonderful. And indeed, without you, I personally would not be here. So I am thankful to you especially. Thank you to our hosts, the country of Ghana, the African Union, and the AAU for convening this homecoming. As I said during the readout from earlier today on the panels, it has indeed felt like a homecoming indeed. Even though it is virtual, the virtual platform has allowed us to connect from across the world in ways we might not have if we had been in person. And I just want to say thank you to the panelists that I had the pleasure of moderating. They all were exceptional in their comments and obviously in their expertise. They are some of the world on issues related to Africa, African studies, and leaders of HBUs and founders of African programs. And so we are looking forward to, and I say we intentionally because what I believe came out of the session that we had is a commitment to continue our engagement together moving forward in order to actually forge relationships to build from here. What was important to us in our session was not just to talk about the issues and how we can strengthen relationships between HBCUs and African universities and African intellectuals and academics throughout the diaspora, but what are we going to do about it from here on? We can talk about what can be done, but we have to actually put that into action. And Professor Yanka basically created a call for action and a challenge to the AAU for us to move forward and continue the dialogue we started at least every 6 months in order to begin building a central repository within the AAU to hold information, resources, and things like a list of what HBCUs are already doing with the continent of Africa, because we are doing the work. Not just Howard University, not just Delaware State University, not just Morgan State. We are doing the work, but we are not necessarily coordinating our efforts and tapping into one another. And that is the work we have to do. And that is to reweave the Anansi web of connection across the globe that genuinely unites us. Learned so much, and I think all of our participants have as well. And what I have learned the most out of this conference is that when it comes to issues related to Africa, you can never learn enough. There's always more to learn, and I'm looking forward to continuing my education through this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, children. The real history about our Africa. And like I was in your classroom, you were telling them what was wrong about the history book that you were reading. I truly appreciate that. Keep up the good work. Next, we have Professor Olusola Oyewole. He is an AAU board member. Professor Oyewole, you have the floor, please. Professor Oyewole?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say some things to round up this session. One of the issues is the readiness of African universities to welcome those in the diaspora. And I just want to address this particular issue. Some things that African universities should do to facilitate diaspora involvement. And it's high time that African universities have to in their operations. For example, our outlook, we need to see the diasporans as collaborators and not competitors. This is very important. We need to change our mindset by asking ourselves, what can the African and African universities do, our brothers and sisters in the diasporas, rather than asking what we can get from the diasporas. I think there's a need for a change of mindset. We should be ready to learn from each other. We should be open. Indeed, I will expect that African universities should have a board for diaspora involvement. This will facilitate our interactions with each other. Finally, I think that we got a good beginning. We should keep up this dialogue, and we should be responsive to one another in communicating with each other so that this will not end with our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. You're in Nigeria, right? Our greetings to our brothers and sisters in Nigeria. Thank you for participating.
Thank you very much.
I know it's not always easy. We're glad we were able to get you with working Wi-Fi and you were not interrupted. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Next, we have Professor Osei Darkwa, University of Illinois. Professor Darkwa, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Excellency. We all agree that this has been an unprecedented event in the history of the AAU. We also agree that most of the themes expressed during this conference are not very different from what our founding fathers expressed. The theme of collaboration, the theme of, at one point said, Africa must unite in order for the continent to maximize its potential. And that's taken us over 50, 60 years, to get to that. Same message was echoed by most of our founding fathers, Jomo Kenyatta, Nyerere, and all that. So what is Rule 69? When Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, he made one solemn statement, and I quote, he said, "One small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." Today, we made that small step by bringing people of African descent together. We need to make that giant leap by forging an action plan, by moving forward so that we can implement. This is not going to be just mere talk. We need an action plan, as some of you have expressed. Africa has been marching for far too long. How long do we have to march before we can cross the unity finish line? How long do we have to march before we can build this oneness? As one of our members said during our panel discussion, in high school, we read about the great kings of Africa. We read about Mansa Musa. We read about Usman Danfodio. We read about Sundiata Keita. What happened? What happened to Africa? This is our time. This is the time for us to come together. This is the time to make Africa great again. Africa must unite. Africa must speak with one voice. And I thank you all.
Thank you, Kwame Nkrumah. Well said. How long? How long? How long? The time is now. Thank you for that wonderful message and reminding us of what coming 56 years later, and the game and the bid goes on. But we are here now. AAU and other organizations like AAU are bringing us together and reminding us that we need to follow this path, which is our path, the path we would have charted for ourselves, not somebody else's path. Thank you for all the work you're doing back in Ghana. We appreciate you. Next, we have Dr. Beatrice Njenga. You have the floor, my sister. Dr. Beatrice Njenga.
I'm here.
Okay, my sister.
Thank you so much.
You have the floor. Good to see you.
Yes, it's been a singular honor and pleasure for me to be a part of this important and stimulating engagement among people of African descent from the continent and in the diaspora. Congratulations, African Union Commission. Thank you, diaspora, for your interest in engaging meaningfully with the continent. Congratulations to the AAU for pulling this off within 1 year since you opened a diaspora office in the USA. Truly, you are the voice of African higher education. And allow me, before I say what I'm going to say, that founding fathers, yes, there were mothers as well. Incidentally, before the Organization of African Unity, that was mostly men, there was an Organization of African Women that predated that, but perhaps their great speeches were not documented. So historians, please, let's hear what they also had to say. The presentations were excellent, and you will publish them to make a name. But when the dust has settled, what shall be the impact? What therefore are we going to do differently to change the scenarios of exclusion and marginalization, the scenarios of awkwardness and ad hoc and splintered nature of much engagement between diaspora and the continent? Please commit to making an effort with the leadership or moderation and coordination of the AAU and with AUC and greats like Dr. Chihombori towards more systematic engagement with the continent based on our homegrown AU agenda and priorities that demand full inclusion of women, men, youth, and caring for children. These are Agenda 2063, Continental Education Strategy for Africa, the Science and Technology Strategy, Continental Free Trade Area, among others. All the matters that have been discussed here are referred to in these instruments. Therefore, they provide the framework which we must all embrace, be counted as to contributing to development of leaders of integrity in all fields at all levels, to transform our societies from a platform of self-knowledge and self-know leadership university, where I'm Deputy Vice Chancellor. That is what we aspire to do. Let us bring to bear our individual and collective resources, intellectual, institutional, financial, and all others, to build the global Africa we want and the world that we desire. Thank you so much, and I hope to continue engaging with all of you. God bless you.
God bless you too, my sister. Bravo, and thank you for all the good work. Do not tire. I want you to know we are there with you. This is our fight. This is our struggle. Aluta continua. Thank you for your remarks. Next, we have Professor Nneka Osakwe from Albany State University. You know, when I first heard Albany State University, I thought she was coming from upstate New York, until she said, well, no, Albany, Georgia. Well, Americans, were they running out of names or something? But be it as it may, she has invited me to Albany, Georgia. Beautiful university. They are doing some amazing work in Georgia. Lots of diaspora professors and business people, very Pan-African. And Professor Osakwe is actually keeping them organized and mobilized and keeping them focused. Professor Osakwe, you have the floor, my sister.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. You are an exceptional leader. We haven't had anyone like you in a long time. And thank you so much for bringing us all together, all academic African scholars, both in diaspora and the continent. We thank you so much, and we want you to continue to lead. I must start, first of all, by also referencing this great organization, this Association of African University. Without them, we wouldn't be here.
It appears she has lost internet connection.
Yes. We will try and bring her back. In the meantime, we will move on.
This is the first of its kind, even when we had the privilege to be part of this conference. And thank you so much for all the esteemed professors who did wonderful presentations. I hope we will be able to have a depository, like everyone said, and go with it. Action plan is what matters. Thank you for all the rapporteurs being able to put everything together. I can't even begin to mention all the names. You all did an awesome, awesome job of writing and reporting effectively. Professor Harrison, you are awesome moderator. I was in that session yesterday, and I can't even start to mention all the names, but it's overwhelming, and I am extremely honored to be part of this group. I am hoping that we take away one thing that's been said, the issue of continuing collaboration. What are the infrastructure we need in the continent to have this on? We mentioned some of them yesterday. Having connectivity, internet connectivity. Without it, we have millions of kids who have not been in school for months, going to a year. We mentioned that in one of the panels yesterday, and we must remember that we are leaving millions of children behind, and we're now reconnecting with them without the government having this infrastructure that we need. A lot is going to be lost. We must remember that the youth that we have is our future, and without them, all that we are doing now, we are still going to come back and regret. So those are some of the key points we have to take on, action points for next meeting. We must continue the conversation. We appreciate everyone and all that we are doing. Please let us not relent in reconnecting. We have to have that framework of reconnection, not just saying it, but having a committee that will forge on with action plans about how we do. But thank you, everyone, and as we leave, let us continue the connectivity. That's the key point. And farewell to everyone until we join again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my sister, for the wonderful message. Keep up the good work down there, down south in Alabama. Stay safe, and I look forward to coming to visit you very soon. Thank you again. Keep up the good work. Next, we have Honorable Kojo Yanka, African Heritage World and Museum, also the author of From Jamestown to Jamestown, published last year. For those of you who don't have a copy, please go to Amazon, get a copy. It's very interesting read. Honorable Kojo Yanka, you have the floor, please.
Your Excellency, Prof. Yanka is not online at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. We'll move forward. Next, we have Musi Kasire. Please, Musi, she is going to be giving a farewell message on behalf of the... Musi, are you ready? We'll move forward. Next, we have Professor Amani El Sharif, North Africa Office of AAU.
Thanks, Professor. Thanks, my dear Excellence. Thanks for you, my gorgeous role model for women leadership, and for all of Africa. Actually, it was a dream for us to connect the academics of different African regions together in
She's muted.
Of Amani?
Sorry. Okay, thanks AEU for this outstanding event, and to collecting and gathering all the sons and daughters of African mother together and consolidate the bonds of our academics. Africans actually, like I said, it was a dream. I represented NARU. NARU is the North African Regional Office, which is an integral part of AEU. And through NARU, we dream to have integration between North African academics and the rest of Africa. But thanks for NAMU, now we are connected and integrated with all African all over the globe.
Hello.
And this will definitely accelerate.
Oh, thank you. Were you there?
Yeah, and this definitely will accelerate. Excuse me?
Please mute yourself when the speaker is speaking. Your voice is coming over the speaker's voice.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. And this will accelerate our dreams, and I hope the recommendations of this extraordinary event to be included in African Union strategic plan and accelerate reaching the Africa we want. And to all African diaspora, welcome home. And to all AEU team and NAMU team and all the parties and the partners, thanks for this warm hug for our extended family of Africa. Proudly, AAU. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. You know, with Professor Amani, you have to be careful what you ask for. When she was going to be coming to open the AAU office North America last year, I just asked for a few goodies from Egypt. Oh my God, she brought a plane load of goodies for me. I could not believe it. I said, how did you bring all these goodies? She said, I'm a woman, I'm an African woman, I know how to handle this. I said, okay, so I can't thank you enough for all the tireless work that you have done to see to it that not only the North Africa office was a success for AAU, but also that the North America office was an equal success. We truly, truly appreciate you. It takes a woman, like I said, it's our time to lead. When you put a woman in front, you know things are going to work well. I know Maxwell pretty much has you so far in front of him because she knows when you are ahead of him, everything is going to work out. So he just has to walk behind with everything already set out for him. We truly, truly appreciate you. We appreciate all the hard work and all the work that you're doing to promote education, not only in North Africa, but in all of the continent. We truly, truly appreciate you. And thank you for your message. Professor Teresa Akenji is back in the house. She is an AAU board member from Central Africa. Professor Akenji, you have the floor, my sister. Please unmute Professor Akenji.
Yes, I am.
Okay, good.
You hear me?
Glad we found you. Welcome. You have the
Thank you. Thank you so much. With the internet hurdles here, I'm sure you cannot see me, but I will go ahead. Your Excellency, you exude so much energy. I met you in Egypt, and your passion just gets to my soul. And I thank you so much for your leadership. My name is Teresa Akenji. I'm the Vice Chancellor of the University of Bamenda in Cameroon. Our university is 9 years old, and I'm a member of the governing board of AAU, and I've been asked to bid farewell on behalf of the AAU. What can I say? It has been a fantastic conference. I'm sure when AAU embarked on this, we never imagined that it was going to be a conference of this dimension. The exchanges, the presenters, the participants have all been wonderful. And I would say that the value of the diaspora in empowering education in Africa cannot be underestimated. So I just want to call on you, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Our collective efforts can move Africa forward. And we will get to the stage where we'll no longer talk about brain drain, but brain gain. So on behalf of AAU, I wish all of you well. And I will only say next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Keep up Central Africa region in check. We're counting on you to keep that belly of Africa continuing to beam and support us. We will be joining you, we hope, very, very soon to visit your beloved country of Cameroon, a country that's so full of history that some of it was just blocked by those French colonizers and did not want to tell us the truth. But guess what? We're going to come home and find out and hear all about it. Thank you, my sister, for keeping up.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You are more than welcome. And we look forward to seeing you again really soon. Thank you for your remarks, and we will stay in touch. Next, we have, coming all the way from the mountains of Ithaca, New York, we have Professor Carol Boyce Davis from the University of Cornell. Professor, you have the floor. Professor Boyce Davis, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Prof is not online at the moment. Thank you.
Moving forward. Next, we have Kwame Dankwa, Ghana Advocacy Group. My son, you have the floor.
Kwame is not online.
Kwame is not online. My children are running away from me today. Next, we have Ms. Sylvia Robertson, ADDI. Ms. Sylvia, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Indeed, you're an exemplary leader. Everything you do just puts smiles on everybody's face, including mine. You have been my mentor for a very long time, and I want to say thank you first to you, and also to the organizers of the AAU. All these extinguished brains that I have met on this line is phenomenal. This is history in the making. One of these days, our children and grandchildren are going to be reading about us, and by then I'm sure we'll be gone. But this is a very good concept, an excellent concept that has been put together. Yes, it's the new way of life. This is the new way of meeting, but I think it's better than even the personal meeting that we used to do before. That being said and done, on behalf of ADDI, which is the African Diaspora Development Institute, of course, you all know, headed by our Excellency Dr. Arikana Chihombori Quao, who is the founder and president of this organization. We invite each and every one of you to join our ADDI because the call of the cry that I've been listening to or hearing throughout these sessions, because I emceed the first session, is collaboration and how do we all get to be in one repository so that when we want to contact each other, we just push one button and everybody knows where everybody can be found. To our delight, or rather, let's share the good news that we have from ADDI. On the ADDI platform, which is www.our.addi.org, you can go and register yourselves because we have education as well as one of our major subcommittees. Her Excellency is very much about education, and so have all of us now who are on ADDI. We're pushing so that what AAU has started now, ADDI is right behind you. We are going to do what we can, everything that is possible to make sure that those of you who register on our repository, like Autherine mentioned earlier on, we are working on a central line where everybody can come in and register and be able to collaborate and talk to one another. Besides the AAU, feel free to go to the ADDI, and on behalf of ADDI, we say thank you very much. The French say merci beaucoup, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys again and hopefully continue to collaborate. May God bless us all.
Thank you, my sister. So Dr. Maxwell, she's one of the women who's going to be running around, going to universities and telling them all about AAU and why they must sign up and have an MOU with AAU. This is Sylvia. She is going to be one of those foot soldiers to promote AAU in the United States. Sister Sylvia, thank you for being my senior advisor, for keeping me straight, for making sure that I stay in the line and I don't get sidetracked like I always do. Without you and the rest of the team in the office, I don't know how I could manage. I thank you for all your help. I appreciate you. And we got a lot of friends like you. Mission will be accomplished. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency.
Next we have Professor Hassana Kafi, Plasma University, Somalia. Professor Kafi, you have the floor. Professor Kafi?
Excellency, he's not online now, but okay. I think Musikari is back online. Thank you.
Wonderful. So we will next we'll call on Musikari, who's going to give a farewell message on behalf of the African diaspora in North America. Musi, my sister, you have the floor. My daughter, rather, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Madam Ambassador. Honorable Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, my name is Musi Kiari and I am the president of Coaches of Influence, an organization that focuses on developing the core principles of human value through positive influence and converting youth and women into transformational leaders and positive influence of all generations. It was an honor to be emceeing both parallel sessions to strengthening relationships between U.S. historically Black colleges and universities and African universities. And it was a powerful discussion with great moderation from Dr. Lakeisha Harrison and dialogue with thought leaders like Professor Asante and Professor Vergara. On behalf of African diaspora, I thank you all for joining us. during this 3-day conference as we strive to strengthen collaboration and partnership during this first virtual African Academic Diaspora Homecoming. For the African diaspora, we thank you. We thank you all for your partnership, your support, and for this movement that has already started. And we need to carry this forth. Diasporans have skills, they have knowledge, expertise, passion, calling on all diasporans of African descent to find a community to connect, an organization like AAU and ADDI, as we bring so much value with us into these various entities. We should stop seeking opportunities and start creating them. We are solution thinkers and solution architects. We need to continue as diasporans to employ and encourage interaction and bring exchange of ideas, experience, content, resources in order for us to learn and grow and continue collaboration up to the finish line. I leave you with this. Collaboration is key. Just as Professor Olusola Oyewole stated, we have to engage and lock arms together. Transfer of knowledge is pivotal to this effort, and we have the right minds to lead us and push us forth, and as we stand to hand the baton to the next generation. So let's seize this opportunity, pandemic or not. Carpe diem. So thank you, Your Excellency, Madam Arikana Chimboro-Quao. We stand on your shoulders and on many others who have broken forth and taken this step and made this first virtual Academic Diaspora Homecoming a huge success. Asante sana, Sankofa. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear daughter. You see, with daughters like her, and there are millions of them in North America, by the way, and South America and the Caribbean, there is no way we can go wrong. There is no way we can go wrong. These are the brains that are ready to tackle Africa. These are the women who are saying, enough is enough. Africa is ours, and we are coming home to take what belongs, not only to them as our children, but to their children too, and generations to come. Musi, my dear daughter, I thank you for all the work that you do. I thank you for everything that you represent, and thank you for the beautiful message on behalf of your brothers and sisters in North America. Keep up the good work.
Excellent.
Next, we have a sister of mine who is the honorary counselor for Ghana in Colombia, South America. She is going to give us a farewell speech on behalf of the African diaspora in South America. Dr. Norma Jackson. Dr. Norma Jackson, you have the floor, please. Dr. Norma Jackson. She should be available. She just mentioned. Yes, Dr. Norma Jackson, you have the floor, my sister.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for inviting me. And thank you to the AAU for this wonderful, inspiring, productive, everything you can think of conference. I am so happy to have been part of it. And thank you so much for inviting me to be part of the board of the AAU. On behalf of our brothers and sisters of the South American diaspora, I would like to thank you again immensely for this productive conference. And thank you for remembering me to be on this board. We had the privilege of having had Dr. Chimboro-Quao in our country about 2 years ago, where she brought to tears everywhere she went with her message of unity and improvement and empowerment of Africa and its diaspora through the ADDI. The Colombian people and the Latin American, South American, Brazilians were waiting for you to come back to our countries, to continue with your powerful message and to inspire us to continue with these partnerships. Today, I wanted to say that we need to exercise caution when we do partnerships with universities in the diaspora in the United States. Today, we have more Black doctors, lawyers, politicians, etc. Yet, as the Black Matter movement exemplifies, Black people continue to be second-class citizens everywhere. So our issues in Latin America are the same issues as they are here in the United States and the Caribbean. Blacks continue to be miseducated, and I believe that the education should be indigenous to the people themselves. I invite all of you to connect with our brothers and sisters in the diaspora and South American diaspora. And as I said in one of my chat messages on Monday, Dr. Aurora Vergara, whom I know very well, and who was part of the panel, is in Colombia, and we're eager to open an office of the AAU in Colombia. In Colombia, we have an area called Choco, it spells C-H-O-C-O. And my first trip to Ghana, I discovered Choco in Ghana. The connection is direct. That area is a fisherman's village, just as in Ghana. And 97% of the population is Black. The population of the Pacific region in Colombia is Black. We don't have HBCUs per se, but we do have that whole region that is populated by Blacks. So we really need these connections. We need to contact. We have exchanges with universities. When I was international programs director at Benedict, created all these partnerships with universities in Africa. My main point was Africa. My students always criticize me, well, you only want exchanges with Africa. What about Europe? I said, we need to know ourselves, Sankofa, first before we go know everybody else. So I invite you all to think about connecting directly. And it's not just for this conference, but the things that have been discussed that we really put into practice. And I'm here to help. I do translations for books of authors in my country that we need to share that knowledge. And I also do translations from English into Spanish, because I think that that's a very good way to bridge the gap that exists between our scholars in the continents. So please consider my proposal, my suggestion. And I'm really looking forward to the next conference. I hope it's somewhere else in Latin America. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ambassador. I love you. Looking forward to continue working with you in the ADDI. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister, Dr. Norma Jackson. We truly, truly appreciate you, Dr. Norma Jackson, and another sister out of Chicago, Dr. Anna Vicky Castell. They invited me to come to South America, specifically Colombia. And like she said, as I went about meeting different groups and addressing them, I would end my conversation by saying, I was sent here to bring you home. I never realized what that would mean to the Black people in South America. She is not exaggerating when she says there was not a dry eye in the room. The first time it happened, I wondered if I'd said something that offended people. But they were saying, you found us. They kept saying, you found us. I have never seen desperation to the extent that I saw Black people in South America. I am describing desperation of people who truly feel lost. They are treated as the scum of the earth. Even the Native Americans discriminate against them. And they had no way of reaching to Africa. They know Africa is home, but they didn't know Africa wants them. So when I said I was sent here to bring you home, I didn't realize how profound that message would be to them. They said, you found us. We must go to South America. Catherine, Dr. Maxwell, Professor Amani, the Secretary General, you heard the call. We will open a South American office of AAU, and I can assure you, Professor Jackson is going to facilitate the process of opening an AAU office. There's already a very large university that is in Cali, Colombia. They actually also facilitated funding my trip. They will be very, very happy to open an AAU office within their compound. Dr. Norma Jackson is going to facilitate that relationship. So please, let's not drop the ball. My sister, Dr. Jackson, I can't thank you enough for all the work that you do. You are running between the United States and South America. And even within South America, you are not just staying within Colombia, you are running all over the region of South America. Your Pan-African spirit is truly commendable. And we can only do the little bit that we can to support you in making sure that we can pass the message along to all Black people in South America, so none of them can ever feel that they are lost. They must all know that Africa is home and that Africa is calling on them to come home, and that we will do everything that we can to see to it whatever path needs to be paved, we will pave it. Together, in collaboration, nothing is impossible. Aluta continua. Thank you, my sister. This brings us to the end of our program, unless if we still have anybody else that needs to speak.
Yes, please. I do have a message. You mentioned earlier Professor R.J. Zobo, who is a board member from the southern region of
He's back?
He is not back, but he has sent a message for me to read to you.
Wonderful, wonderful.
To everyone, Professor Zobo says, this has been an emotional homecoming, not just for those who were inspired by our ancestors to think of Mother Africa, but also for us on the continent who enthusiastically welcomed them. This is the beginning of a long journey for many of our people who currently live abroad. It's good to be African. Your roots are here. Your umbilical was planted in the African soil. That is why you were inspired to come home. Farewell. May the spirits of our forefathers protect you wherever you are. Farewell and goodbye, Professor R.J. Zobo, board member for Southern Region, for the Southern African region of AAU. I also understand, Her Excellency, that Professor Ehile, the Secretary General of AAU, has joined us and or rejoined us, and would like to turn it over to him for a few comments.
Absolutely. Professor, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Atrin. Good, is it morning again?
I think where I am, it's afternoon. Now, if you want to have another morning, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, Excellency. I would like to add my voice to those of my predecessors and say that this conference came timely as the first activity spearheaded by AAU North American Office. We are to recognize that a proper link between African and the diaspora was missing. Now we have a concrete venue where to channel any related initiative. After this conference, let us come together to make this connection a reality. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank once again Her Excellency Dr. Arikana Kwao, who was very, very, very instrumental in the establishment of the AAU North American office when she was still in office in Washington, D.C. Tomorrow will be the first anniversary of AAU North American office. AAU is working hard to connect with other diaspora in other continents, including Europe, Asia, Australia, South America, etc. I would like to finally thank you all for participating actively to this conference, and also for your time and your commitment towards this very maiden initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Of course, without you, none of this would be taking place. I want you to know the two outfits you brought me, when you first brought them, they were a little small, but I've lost enough weight, so now I can wear them. I look beautiful. I'm going to get pictures for you. Thank you for all you've done. More importantly, I thank you for having the idea of coming to America, bringing AAU to the diaspora. We cannot thank you enough. Your leadership is reminding us what Africa really, really needs. Africa must go to the world instead of the world waiting for the world to come to Africa. You are showing us. You are the first organization, African organization, the first AU organization to say we are going to the world. We are not waiting for the world to come to us. We thank you for your leadership, and you have our commitment that as long as you are in North America, you have our back, you have our shoulders. We will be there for you 24/7. We thank you so very much, sir.
Her Excellency, I've just been told that someone from Guinea-Bissau would like to make a comment.
Yes, please. Our brother or sister from Guinea-Bissau. I was not given the name, but you do have the floor. Thank you.
Our tech team, would you please unmute the person from Guinea-Bissau?
We would like the person to put in the chat pod so we get the name and unmute his or her microphone. If the person is still online, kindly put your name on the chat pod. We'll enable your microphone for you to have the floor. Thank you. All right, Africa, can we proceed? I'm sure when he or she is ready, we'll pick that message. Thank you.
Oh, we are just about wrapping up. So, Her Excellency, you have the floor.
Well, I understand. I have not heard from Maxwell. So we cannot finish this program without hearing a farewell message from Maxwell. Brother Maxwell, are you ready to give us a farewell message? Brother Maxwell? He's run away from us.
There he is. I'll unmute him. Max, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
You see, Athryn doesn't want you to speak. That's why she's blocking.
Well, you know I do that to him all the time, but tech team, I'm trying to unmute Maxwell and I'm not able to. Can you do that for me?
Yes, we are trying to do same, but it's not, yes. But then we have Courtney from DAF, who is also online to give us a farewell message. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney, I believe your microphone is open.
Okay, I think my microphone is.
Okay, Maxwell, we can hear you now.
Yes, so what I want to say is I'm very grateful. I'm quite overwhelmed by the results, the sort of participation, the emotions, how people contributed to making this conference a success. I still remember all the noble professors we contacted who were willing, even at very short notice, to come on board and share their message with us. And from some of the responses we got, we surely will make this a frequent occurrence, something which is very progressive, so that we'll chart a very clear path, so that we'll move our course forward. I'm very grateful and quite emotional at this stage. Thank you all for the support, the MCs, the rapporteurs, all the distinguished professors and resource persons we brought on board, Athorin Walker, Lucy Kiari, Dr. Jarpa and the team, Professor Cornel West, Professor Hilary Beckles, Gary Bledsoe. These are like my brothers now because we chat almost every day. And thank you so much for making this success. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Brother Maxwell. You again, as well as our Secretary General, none of this could have happened, could have been possible if it were not for your tireless work. I remember when you first came to move into your new offices and home in Washington, D.C. You had just arrived, and when you came to the house, you were saying, well, I gotta go look for something to sleep in, and I need to get this delivered. I said, no, come into the kitchen. I think we can find whatever you need to carry you over for just one night. And no point in going to buy things that are already being delivered. So I gave you my place. Every day I look at, I have one of those plates left. You took part of my set, my brother. I need my plate back. And then you took my cup. You took a few things. And I remember you saying, you remind me of what we did when we were coming to America years ago, how much we took care of each other. But you also said something that saddens me. You said that spirit is gone. That spirit of togetherness is gone. The spirit of saying, yes, my brother, come. What I have is yours. If I have half a loaf of bread, we share that. That spirit, which is truly an African spirit, we must try and recover it back. It is that spirit that makes us who we are. Being African is not just being born in Africa. It's a spirit that when you have that spirit, it becomes easier to do what needs to be done for our Africa. My brother, Maxwell, you do exemplify that spirit of being an African. For that, I thank you. But more importantly, I also thank you for your tireless work that you are doing to reaching out to the diaspora. I know under your leadership in the North America office, of course, with the support from our Secretary General, the North America office of AAU is going to be a resounding success. But I also want you to know that the diaspora are more than ready to support AAU. Diaspora are ready to go home and do their part in building the Africa we want. So we thank you for putting this program together. We thank you for thinking of us as African diaspora in North America. We support you. We appreciate you. Thank you for all you do. Please keep up the good work. Once again, Aluta continue. My sister, Catherine, I will turn the floor back over to you.
Okay, so my understanding is that Courtney is now on, and Courtney, is Courtney's mic unmuted?
Yes, I believe so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. And Your Excellency, I am channeling your energy and your passion as I prepare to deliver these farewell remarks. My name is Courtney Bennett, and I'm the Economic Attaché of the African Union Diaspora African Forum. I bring you greetings on behalf of Her Excellency, Dr. Erica Bennett, founder and head of mission of the African Union Diaspora African Forum, which is the first and only diplomatic mission in the world devoted to the recognition and reintegration of the African diaspora. We are headquartered in Accra, Ghana, and are here to ensure African diasporans live, work, visit, and invest in Africa. And all Black people, no matter where we are in the world, are supported in our community endeavors. I'm extremely grateful to all those who are involved in this Homecomings organization. While they are too numerous to name individually, prominent among them are the Government of Ghana, its Office of Diaspora Affairs, the All Africa Student Union, the African Diaspora Development Institute, all speakers and panel members. Of course, I cannot fail to thank the Association of African Universities for hosting us all and for inviting the African Union Diaspora African Forum in partnership. As has already been noted, we have reached the ending of our maiden African Academic Diaspora Homecoming, and it is a privilege and an honor to be entrusted to provide some closing remarks at a gathering of such eminent people of the African diaspora. There is indeed plenty to reflect upon, and if this in any way enhances our individual and collective contributions to achieving the diaspora that we want, then this conference can truly be adjudged a success. As an alumnus of the #1 historically Black college and university, Aggie Pride, homecoming is beyond special to me. During this time of year, my fellow Aggies and I will be getting ready to start our exciting journey home to the land that birthed who we are today, to celebrate tradition and achievements, to debate history and nostalgia, hug old friends, introduce our children, eat good food, dance all night, and, just be one with one another. And during this time, I reflect on what it means to celebrate a homecoming, the year of return, beyond the return. Over 2,900 people have registered and attended this diaspora homecoming. Over 2,900 of us have had our minds assailed by a torrent of ideas, information, networking, statistics, interpretations, and visions. And it will probably be a day or two, much like after the greatest homecoming on earth, before we can recover and sift through it all. But there's no place I'd rather be. From what we have heard over the past 2.5 days, there is plenty of expertise, capable leadership, corporate, institutional, and community talent to meet our global needs. The African continent possesses all that it needs for generations to come, and the diaspora must ensure that its continual development remains strong and safeguarded. The challenge of Renaissance remains that of deliverability and not availability. One last thing I would like to say is to our young people. To the young people listening and to those who have joined over the last 3 days, I say to you, you have the power to achieve anything you want. You are in control, and it is you who will implement the tangible goals and visions set before us in support of the Africa and the diaspora that we all want. You need to speak up, let your voice be heard, study the history and the veracity of global student movements, whether it was the lunch counter sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina, the leadership in dismantling apartheid in South Africa, or the current globally shared frustrations of economic struggle and widespread human rights violations. The tradition of student activism lives through it all and has a fundamental impact on pushing society forward. But remember, a movement without strong leadership development invites defeat. Focus on developing both technical and vocational skills just as much as you focus on developing your mind, your body, and your strategy. Don't shy away from obstacles on your journey to defending your dreams. Be bold, be direct, and be the you that you need at all times. Your Excellency, Lady Africa, since the Diaspora Homecoming has been inaugurated as an annual event, if I remember correctly, Maxwell, I look forward to welcoming you home next year when we shall reconvene to further discuss progress, opportunity, and solution always. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madasi, and farewell.
Thank you so much, Courtney, for that powerful message. I promise you guys that we are going to be wrapping this up in just a few minutes, but I do have the gentleman from Guinea-Bissau has now joined us, Edmar Benicio. Tech team, have you unmuted his microphone? Edmar Benicio?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes, of course. Wait for 1 minute. I don't see how I can connect to the video, but
we're able to hear you. So if you want to bring us your message,
you listen to me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, but I can't activate the.
I also have one last speaker, Professor Nuama. You wanted to bring us a message, Professor Nuama? Can you please unmute Professor Nuama's line?
Connexion meeting connection. Oh, this pretty connection.
Okay, so we are now able to see you, Mr. Benicio.
Yeah. So you can to see me now?
We can see you.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Edmar Benicio. I representing the association for all students in Morocco. I would like just say thanks for this opportunity. So I don't know if everybody see me, but I would like just to say thanks for this opportunity. Just this, I would like to say we have the student in this conference. I'm sorry for my English, but I try. Everybody know we are the Portuguese country, but I would like to say we have so much the student of Bissau Guinea don't listen English, don't listen French, but we want to speak, but we need the opportunity. More students need the opportunity for speak, for to do the study in the more country, you know. Just this. I want just to say thanks for all. Thanks for this opportunity, for the participation in this conference. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And know that we will continue to work on increasing the interpreters that we have, and hopefully next year we will have Portuguese interpreters also.
The interpretation, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my final, or next to final, next to our closeout speaker is Professor Nuama.
Thank you very much, and good evening or good afternoon to all the participants. I wish to express AAU's gratitude to all the participants for the good work done. And I also want to acknowledge or show appreciation to SG, Secretary General, and Maxwell, who have been able to organize this meeting. You know, it is COVID, and under normal circumstances, when you talk of homecoming, it is movement of people from one area to the other. Unfortunately, because of the COVID, this mode of meeting has been very effective, and we thank SG and Maxwell for that. We thank the participants because they have given us some quality presentations, identifying all the challenges, and then they're making far-reaching recommendations. And all along I was listening, there's something which was cutting through, and that is collaboration. In fact, and that is key. Collaboration between the diaspora and then the main, the academics in the, let me say, mainland Africa. And that collaboration is important because our brothers and sisters in diaspora have some number of experiences that they could easily share with us. But going beyond collaboration between the diaspora and the continent, I think we should also think of collaboration in country, among the universities, institutions in the country, and cross in Southern Africa, East Africa, and West Africa, trying also to collaborate. And I think we do that, then we can say we have a wholesale or a complete collaboration among the academics and colleagues in Africa. AAU is to take the lead. Every presenter, everyone made that this suggestion that AAU should lead. And that is why we need good leaders, need strong leaders, we need good board, strong board to spearhead the activities of all this. And I hope that this is not going to be the end of our discussion. As we are moving from here, we'll continue to brainstorm and bring some of these things to fruition. So on that note, let me say, we thank all the participants for staying all along with us and finishing this meeting successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nuama. Okay, so we are about to wrap up. I want to point out that there have been some key pieces that have come out. Collaboration, One Africa, Africa Unite, the importance of intention, women's leadership, connecting Black colleges in America and actually around the globe, in the Caribbean and in South America and in Africa, connecting us together. These are all the important messages and so many more that we have heard over the last 3 days. I thank you for coming, and I am going to turn it over to the president of AAU, Professor Antonio Quilombo, to give us a closing word. Thank you. Professor Quilombo.
Thank you very much. Good evening to everybody. Here in Southern Africa is now 9 o'clock, so I hope that you are still awake somewhere. As part of the protocol, I have to deliver some final words as president of the Association of African Universities. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency, the Commissioner for Human Resources, Science and Technology from the African Union Commission, Her Excellency, the immediate past ambassador of the African Union to the United States of America, the Honorable Minister of Education of Ghana, the Honorable Minister of State in charge of tertiary education for the Republic of Ghana, the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, Professor Etienne Ehile, distinguished dignitaries here in assemblage, our diasporan brothers and sisters, session moderators, keynote speakers, discussants, and academics, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me the singular August gathering of global academics of the Pan-African Universities, AAU, under the theme, Advancing African and Diasporan Academic Relations. I am reliably informed that this well-attended conference had about 800 participants. What makes it more historic in its mobilization, facilitation, and excellence, ably delivered by Honorable Minister of State in charge of tertiary education, the enigmatic speeches from Her Excellencies Sarah Board of African Union, and our evergreen Arikana Kwao, and the many others point to a new direction for Africa by our academics to lead the continent's agenda of building and integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. We are already 7 years ago, or 7 years into the implementation of Agenda 2063, and none other agency can better catapult the attainment of this goal than the higher education sector. The 4 sessional meetings and the reports from the rapporteurs that were just presented show that we, the academics, have the wherewithal to propel Africa into the becoming a key global competitor and perhaps the global leader by the year 2063. I wish to express my gratitude to everyone who made this conference possible, particularly the planning committee for their tireless efforts and behind-the-scene coordination, the session moderators, and the various keynote speakers and discussants, the interpreters, and of course, the AU Secretariat in Ghana, the North America office and the regional office in North America and East Africa. Let me single out for the special mention the untiring efforts of Professor Aman El Sharif, coordinator of the AU North Africa office, located at Al-Azhar University in Egypt, for her bringing on board the Arabophone participants and for the translation and interpretation into Arabic. I also congratulate our development partners of this conference, notably the Republic of Ghana, the African Union, the African Diaspora Development Institute, the National Association for Equal Opportunity in Higher Education, the National Congress of Black Women, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, the Economic Community of West African States, the Southern African Regional University Association, the Association of West African Universities, the Inter-University Council for East Africa, the Ghana Advocacy Group, the All African Student Union, various alumni networks, and the many other partners who have supported this conference. The immediate next step is to share the various reports from the plenary and the various sessions which were presented earlier today to all for action. There were many other views that were expressed in writing on the platforms that we have documented. For instance, there was a request or several requests to open some AU offices in Australia and lately now in South America. This will be tabled in the next board meeting. We have also gathered the comments from the comments section that we are a large number of diaspora academic networks contributing to Africa's development in various forms. The Association of African Universities will serve as the umbrella body for these networks to ensure a more coordinated and targeted approach. We should not slacken the momentum we have gathered from this conference towards the Africa we want. The slogan is, yes, together we will. And I repeat, yes, together we will. The AU website and all associations' media properties, including the AU TV, the social media platform, and the EU bulletin, all provide useful information on higher education in Africa. Let's make these platforms our focal point. As I close this 3-day virtual conference, I look forward for the next conference that will report on concreted and concerted actions that place higher education aptly as the pivot of Africa's development. Thank you and stay safe. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Asante sana. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, everyone, for attending, and that's it. We're done. Welcome home, and go home safely, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
That was a good program.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I don't have much else.
Or email rdixon@aau.org or l.mutengu@aasciences.africa for more details. La phase 2 de Science Granting Council Initiative, SGCI, lance un appel à proposition de consultants visant à approfondir leurs connaissances et à mettre en œuvre l'éthique de la recherche dans le contexte africain. Les consultants intéressés doivent avoir une connaissance approfondie du paysage de l'éthique de la recherche sur le continent africain, une compréhension générale des cadres réglementaires, des conseils subventionnaires, de la science